Special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in council chambers. Please note public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Gabriela Ayom, Esmeralda Villarreal, Angela Thielian, Mea Finesca. Thank you all for your time and services today.
Muy buenas noches. Tenemos servicios de interpretación al español disponibles. Si alguien necesita interpretación al español, por favor pase por acá, por la mesa, para recoger su equipo. Para aquellos que están conectados por Zoom, pueden hacer clic sobre el icono del globo en la pantalla y seleccionar la interpretación al español. Las intérpretes de esta noche son Gabriela Saya Salón, Esmeralda Villarreal, Ángela Tilen y Maya Fonseca. Muchísimas gracias a todas por su tiempo y servicios.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. Councilmember Cecilia Taylor will be joining us later. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nero Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instruction to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our May 13th special and regular City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and return it to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature, or if you're calling in, press *9 at that time. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. Next is closed session. Clerk Herron, please call for public comment for closed session item C1.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on closed session item C1, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation. If you are in person, please bring me a speaker card. Participating virtually, engaging that hand feature, calling in from a landline or a cell phone, press *9 now. Final call for public comment on closed session item C1. And seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Herron. I'll note for the minutes that Councilmember Taylor has joined or is joining the meeting. But with that, the City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6:15.
Okay, having our city council back at our in-person dais. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Heron. Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and we are reconvening the special and regular May 13th City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. Tonight, we have in-person interpretation services available. Please visit the table in the back for a headset. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. Our interpreters this evening are Gabriela Ayom, Esmeralda Villarreal, Angela Thelian, Maya Finesco. Thank you all for your time and services.
En esta noche tenemos servicios de interpretación disponibles. Por favor, para los que requieran estos servicios de interpretación, estamos aquí en esta mesa para darles a ustedes los dispositivos y puedan escucharnos. Para los que están atendiendo de manera virtual, por favor, van a tocar el símbolo del icono que tenemos ahí en la pantalla, cerca de donde está la mano, y ahí pueden escuchar ustedes a los intérpretes. Las intérpretes de la noche son Gabriela Saya Salom, Esmeralda Villarreal, Ángela Tielén y Maya Fonseca. Gracias a todos por su tiempo y por su servicio.
Great, thank you. Tonight, I would like to honor and ask for a moment of silence for Dylan Taylor, a devoted coach, paraeducator, and valued member of our Menlo Park community. Dylan's passing is a heartbreaking loss, not only for his family and friends, but for the countless students, colleagues, and families whose lives he touched across multiple schools in our community. Our thoughts are especially with his parents and family, whose grief we can only begin to imagine. We share in their sorrow, and we honor the life they nurtured, a life that touched so many in Menlo Park. Thank you. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Cecilia Taylor, Jeff Schmidt, and Jennifer Wise. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nara Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. Again, echoing a welcome to our May 13th special and regular city council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment tonight, if you are in person, we ask that you complete a card at that back table and then return here to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, engaging that hand feature, or calling in, press *9 after the mayor calls for comment on that item. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nara Doherty for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. There's no reportable action.
All right, thank you. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff on any modifications to the agenda order, or any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Or informational items. I'll just sort of make a request that I think is shared by at least some council members to remove the RFQ item from the consent calendar and to take that up separately. J4, is there any additional request or? Okay. All right, and just, does the city council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? Okay. All right, thanks. With that, we'll move on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You're not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Herron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item H, which is public comment for items not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. If you are participating virtually, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, and this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, so it looks like we do have one speaker, and we'll invite Alberto Garcia to come on up and provide your comment. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alberto T. García. Soy residente de East Menlo Park. Quiero solamente, en nombre de todos los seniors, darle las gracias a las personas que nos visitaron el día 9 de mayo en el edificio Bellhaven y a las personas que hicieron posible llevarnos las sillas más confortables para los seniors. Esperamos todos los seniors que nos sigan solucionando los problemas que existen en el edificio. Por su atención, gracias.
Thank you. And then we'll turn to our interpreters.
Good afternoon, my name is Alberto Garcia. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto, and I want to thank you all for this event, May 9, the Bellhaven building, and to all the people that brought all those comfortable chairs for all the seniors living there. I hope that you all can continue helping us solve all these issues. Thank you so much.
And if I can have you try this microphone, just so the folks on Zoom. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alberto Garcia. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto. East Palo Alto. And I want to thank you all for the visit on May 9, the building on Bellhaven, and all the people that brought all the comfortable chairs for all the seniors living in there. And I'm just hoping that you can continue helping us solve all our issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Herron. So I actually am going to ask for an audible and a change to the agenda, even though we're past agenda review. If no one has objections, I would like to do all the proclamations first before we get to the presentations. Is that going to cause heartache for anyone? Is someone, it just seems like to me more efficient to get through the proclamations before we go to the presentations.
I would ask if we could do the OneShoreline, because our presenter does have another council meeting that they need to present at.
Okay, we'll do the OneShoreline presentation
Okay.
and then go to the proclamations.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
All right, with that, we have 4 presentations and 3 proclamations this evening. The first item is I-1 presentations from OneShoreline. Here to introduce the item is OneShoreline CEO Lynn Matterman.
All right, good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. Good to see you all. I've worked for a long time with Mayor Combs and Councilwoman Taylor, and it's good to see you again. So I will try to move through this quickly for the reasons that were just stated in the agenda discussion just now. So my name's Len Matterman. I run the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. For obvious reasons, we like to go by a much shorter name of OneShoreline. And here we go. Okay, so the short history is there had been a longstanding flood control district in San Mateo County. It was created in 1959 by state legislation, and it covered about 10% of San Mateo County. And over the course of many years, that's what just popped up is examples of studies that were done that concluded the substantial vulnerability that we have in San Mateo County to climate risks, including the unique vulnerability in California, outsizing all other counties in terms of sea level rise. And the cities kind of collectively came to the conclusion that they could not address this issue on their own. This issue not just being something that has been studied 10 years ago or more, but also something that's currently kind of in the news. This is a front page from the Chronicle from last month, highlighting our vulnerability here on the peninsula. So state legislation created the San Mateo County Flood and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. We were established on January 1, 2020. And all 20 cities contributed to our startup funding in 2020, 2021, and 2022, and that was matched by San Mateo County. We work on all the water-related issues associated with climate change. We like to think that we take a holistic view of the threats, geography, and objectives. Unlike a former flood control district, we're looking at long-term threats and incorporating sea level rise, not a historic event associated with storms only. We take a holistic view of geography. We cover the entirety of San Mateo County, and pretty much everything we do is multi-jurisdictional, and a holistic view of the objectives. We think of housing in part as a climate issue. We think of transportation access as a climate issue, environmental concerns as a climate issue. Try to look at this very holistically in our work, and certainly our projects look to have multi-benefit solutions. Okay, our priorities for 2025, 2026, the upcoming fiscal year, are associated with planning for climate-driven conditions. I'll talk a little bit about that. Advancing projects that have long-term resilience objectives, and looking to reduce the impacts of today's atmospheric rivers, and then looking at long-term sustainable funding for all of these efforts. We were first envisioned as a long-term resilience agency, but the storms of 2021, 2022, 2023, that punctuated actually severe drought in 2020 and 2021, it became clear that just looking at long-term resilience was not enough. We need to look at today's conditions that are fueled by climate change. And so that leads us to that third bullet. And we were also seeing a lot of development throughout the county, very much on the Bayside, that did not take into account future conditions. And so we started looking at land use planning and zoning, and I'll talk more about that. Of course, Menlo Park is no stranger to these issues. Here you have a picture, two pictures from atmospheric rivers that came through in the last few years. And not just on that issue, but also Menlo Park is no stranger to high tides and the impacts of high tides in areas in Menlo Park. And then, of course, high tides make storms worse because the water coming down in precipitation can't drain. And so there are examples of this in streets of Menlo Park where flooding occurs. I'll give you a couple statistics that I find interesting. Since 1900, San Mateo County average temperature has risen 3 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's more than double the national average of temperature increase. And the reason for that is the reduction in fog. And that's a trend that's likely to continue. Also, over that same period, meaning since 1900, since 1900, the average bay water level San Francisco's NOAA gauge has risen 9.8 inches, almost 10 inches in 125 years. And just here in Redwood City, the NOAA gauge since 1975, 50 years, the NOAA gauge in Redwood City is up 5.3 inches on average. So these are not future conditions that somebody, our children or grandchildren alone will worry about. These are conditions today. Okay. So in terms of climate vulnerabilities in Menlo Park, here you see what we call the map of future conditions, which is on our website. And it's a map that looks at a FEMA floodplain, as well as an area that is what we call a sea level rise overlay district, an area subject to sea level rise impacts, should work not be done on the Bayside. And then in orange, which is hard to see maybe, is the groundwater rise impact area. And that extends even farther inland than the yellow area, which is focused on sea level rise. So you can see the orange area extends well west of Highway 101 in this image. There's a group called First Street that looks at future conditions associated with all kinds of climate hazards. Here you see listed at the top of these images, might be hard to see for the folks in the audience, but it looks at water, wildfire, heat, and here you see two images associated with the water and wildfire risks in Menlo Park. And each of the dots, which maybe it's probably easier to see for council members on their screen than it is for the audience, but that orange area and the blue area are just a bunch of dots. And each of those represents a property that's subject to the concerns of water or wildfire. I want to talk a little bit about major infrastructure. The image that just came up on the upper right of the screen shows for San Mateo County where our major infrastructure is. And it helps me to explain to people who maybe don't live or work right along the bay or along a creek why they should care about these water-related issues. And that's because all of the major infrastructure that serves us is along the water. So we start with the water treatment plants. You see red stars there with green outlines, and one of those is the Silicon Valley Clean Water Plant at the end of Redwood Shores. Another one is the West Bay facility over by Bedwell Bayfront Park. So those are obviously right along the shoreline, and Silicon Valley Clean Water already sees impacts from high tides at their facility. If you go down this list, the next one is potable water. And of course, the Hetch Hetchy system enters the peninsula in Menlo Park, just south of the Dumbarton Bridge. That system was designed prior to considerations around sea level rise impacts. And this, fortunately, the Safer Bay project, of which Menlo Park is a very active participant, is involved in thinking about that area and its resilience. Continuing on, looking at electricity and natural gas and roadways, you see all of those in some areas are along the bay. And you know that when you are driving or walking on the Bay Trail, driving along the bay or walking along Bay Trail, and you see the large PG&E towers and the other infrastructure and the roadways, of course. The gas infrastructure may be a little more hidden, but it's there right along the shoreline as well. Okay, so looking at our priorities of land use planning, here's some images on the very left of this slide that show developments that are recent that are right along water and subject to concerns about flooding today and certainly in the future. The image on the bottom is from the town that I live in, which is just north of here, San Carlos, and this is a development that was completed in 2024, just opposite a pump station and in a creek that on a sunny day, as you can tell, is very tidally influenced. And so these examples drove us to develop what we call planning policy guidance, which is a document our board adopted in 2023, and it provides guidance for general plans, specific area plans, and zoning ordinances. And we encourage all cities to adopt those provisions to make sure that their projects, their private development projects in their cities are resilient to future conditions, that they can actually flourish for their intended lifespan. This is an example of a development agreement in the city of Burlingame, and it's based on their zoning ordinance. And it says that the developer shall build protection for that development and surrounding areas and provide easements to the city and or OneShoreline to be able to provide that resilience in the future as needed. And then finally, we're turning our attention now from private development to public infrastructure, starting with stormwater systems, their associated roads, and wastewater systems and water recycling systems. In the future, we'll look at parks and marinas, and parks and marinas, and anyway, something else. and we're happy to have Azalea Mitch from Menlo Park staff as part of our advisory team on this project of looking at public infrastructure resilience down the road. Okay, looking at one aspect of planning, it's called a Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan. There was a Senate Bill 272 passed in 2023 that required waterfront jurisdictions to have shoreline adaptation planning. And that resulted in guidance put forward by the California Coastal Commission for Pacific Ocean side jurisdictions and the BCDC for bay fronting jurisdictions, including Menlo Park. So what we're doing with that is working with Menlo Park and Redwood City and East Palo Alto and San Carlos and Belmont on a truly regional shoreline adaptation plan. We're going to be applying for funding to the Ocean Protection Council in a couple months, and have been working with your city staff on that proposal. We are doing the same thing for the city of Brisbane. We've actually hopefully we'll hear by the end of this week about a grant proposal to get going on that, working with Brisbane to do a plan for them and with the city of San Francisco and South San Francisco for the connected shoreline between San Francisco and San Mateo County, extending to Brisbane and beyond. Looking at some of our projects, kind of regional resilience projects, there's a lot here. I won't go into it. Maybe I'll just highlight at the very bottom is the service area for Silicon Valley Clean Water. You see that map there with various colors for various jurisdictions. And that demonstrates that a single point of infrastructure at the end of Redwood Shores can serve a very broad region for a critical piece of what they rely on to function as a community. Also, I'll highlight that image towards the bottom on the right side, which is Redwood City, and that area will certainly be part of our regional shoreline adaptation. Looking at storms and the issues there, we shortly after OneShoreline was created, which was January 1, 2020, we began work on the Bayfront Canal Atherton Channel project. And that was a project to serve areas of Menlo Park, Redwood City, and San Mateo County that flood frequently near Marsh Road, just to the north of Marsh Road. That project, you see here a drawing of it, and this is it under construction. Menlo Park participated in a funding agreement for the construction funding. And so thank you for that. The other agencies that participated were Atherton, Redwood City, San Mateo County, and there was some funding from the state of California. We will be looking next year to negotiate an operations and maintenance agreement. Just kind of putting that on your radar to begin paying for operations and maintenance in 2027. The previous funding agreement has paid for those needs up until this point. And here are a couple pictures of what it looks like today. There's a large trash capture device, the picture on the left at the bottom, and the picture on the right is at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ponds that it drains into. Okay. In terms of early warning, in terms of the storms, we have a flood early warning system that's countywide. The image at the left shows Atherton Channel during a major storm, a recent major storm a couple of years ago, and that's a robust system that serves really all of the communities, almost all of the communities around the county, and of course Menlo Park is also actively interested in and participates in the early warning associated with San Francisco Creek, which is integrated into our system as well. And the last thing on this slide is, again, looking at the area of Atherton Channel. There is that we're expanding the system to Atherton Channel, but we're also have a permit application at the very tail end. We've been at it for over a year to be able to remove debris from Atherton Channel to reduce the flooding in Menlo Park in that area between Marsh Road and Redwood City, right along San Francisco Bay. And my almost last slide. This is a slide associated with our flood early warning system that shows the breadth of it around the county. And the four creeks that we have what we call a dashboard where people and emergency responders can get immediate information during storms about where it's likely to flood. And we're expanding it. We're planning to expand it in Atherton Channel for areas farther upstream at Alameda, across where it crosses there by the elementary school. And then finally on funding, we, as I mentioned, all the cities in the county supported us in the first few years, which was great. We've been able, through various means, through efficiencies and outside funding, raise funds. So we've extended that 3-year on-ramp to now 9 years of funding for our operations. And we've also, and that's in addition to our property tax revenue and the startup funding, we've brought in about $30 million for project-related work. As you can imagine, project-related work, it's hard to fund the operations of an entire agency on skimming, 5% off of a project. And so we're also looking at other options for sustainable funding, including a countywide ballot measure. Our board is exploring that right now. In the meantime, we did do another solicitation to all the cities and the county for additional funding to mirror the contributions that they provided in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And that is outstanding, that request. So with that, this is the letter that I sent over to Justin back in, I think, end of January. And so with that, I'll conclude and be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Matterman. Let's open up public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our presentation I-1 from OneShoreline, if you are in person, you can bring me a speaker card. If you are virtual, pressing or engaging the hand feature, and if you're calling in, press *9. Final call for public comment on presentation item I-1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you. Bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions for Mr. Matterman? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Matterman, for the very thorough presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Have a good night.
Okay. And we're gonna jump around. So now we're gonna go to I3 presentation for Menlo Park Youth Poetry Voices. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Services Supervisor Rose Wildman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm gonna put that down there. Okay, I think I'm not aware of there being anything other than this. I don't think I need to advance it. All right. All right. Thank you very much. In April is National Poetry Month, and in honor of National Poetry Month, the Menlo Park Library Foundation sponsors our annual celebration of young poets, the Menlo Park Youth Poetry Voices Exhibition. An anthology of all submitted poems is created and added to the library's local author collection. And we have two wonderful young poets to read their poems before you tonight. Please welcome Nina Kulikov and George Sespot.
Got up here. All right. Take this. And we're gonna.
So, hello, I'm George Sispa. I'm a second grader at Okanole, and I would like to share my poem with you. And it's called My Foe. I know that I should never go to the depths way down below, for there is someone who's my foe. He has teeth as sharp as knives, his back is covered in 10 beehives, his crazy trash-eating wives. 1,000 years ago he was nice, but then he got evil little lice that made his heart turn to ice. And on that day he turned bad, which is kind of sad, what a life he has had. But then one day the ground started to shake. There was an earthquake. I fell down to the bottom of a lake. Then I met my foe in the depths way down below. It turns out his name is Joe. From his hives he gives me honey. As it turns out his heart is sunny and he offers me some money. Now we will travel up high. I don't know why I feared that guy. For all that time this was a lie.
Thank you so much, George. Nina, let's bring you up here and let's move this aside just a little bit so that the council can see you. Okay. I don't know. I'm scared that I'm gonna, okay. You know your Polish?
School mornings by Nina. When I come in, it is quiet and still and calm. I tuck in the chairs. I keep them asleep. The classroom is asleep, and I keep her asleep. The sun is racing now. It's coming fast, but the classroom is still asleep. Oh, wait. Until the students come in yelling and screaming. The classroom is wide awake now. The students learn, and now the day is done. Goodbye, students. The students are gone now. I can tidy up the place and stock the chairs for the new day tomorrow. And
Thank you very much.
Mayor Combs, would you like me to open public comment for this item?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on I3, Menlo Park Youth Poetry Voices, you are in person, complete a speaker card and return that to me. If you are on Zoom, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on presentation I3, Menlo Park Youth Poetry Voices. Seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Court Karen. With that, we'll take up the proclamations this evening. We'll start with I5, recognizing Bike Month. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on item I5, our proclamation on Bike Month, if you are in person, bring me a speaker card. If you are virtual, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, final call for public comment on our proclamation I5. Seeing no cards or hands. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. As we recognize May as Bike Month, a time to celebrate the joy, health, and sustainability of cycling, we do so with a deepened awareness of the need for safety and shared responsibility of our roads. National Bike Month is a time to celebrate and acknowledge the many ways that bicycling benefits both personal and public health and happiness. Bicycling alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption, all while promoting physical health and community connectivity. This year, the City Council reaffirmed safe routes as one of the city's priorities, and the city continues to demonstrate its commitment to Vision Zero and complete streets by building out biking infrastructure to enable safe travel for people of all ages and abilities. On May 7th, the Bay Area participated in the annual Bike to School Day. Bike to Work Wherever Day is coming up on Thursday, May 15th, as part of the festivities for Bike to Work Wherever Day, there will be many Energizer stations throughout Menlo Park and the Bay Area, including the Menlo Park Powertrain Station. Bicyclists who fill out the pledge to ride and show it at an Energizer station will get a bag and become eligible for other prizes. To learn more, please go to menlopark.gov/Bike to Work Day 2025. We would like to invite Complete Streets Commission Chair Sally Cole to accept the proclamation.
Hello, on behalf of the Complete Streets Commission, I wanted to thank the City Council for making safe streets one of the top priorities for this year, and for your continued efforts to build out the bike infrastructure in the city. We're excited for this Thursday, Bike to Wherever Day, and we hope you'll get on your bikes as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Stay there. We're gonna come down.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, we're all coming down.
You guys don't remember the new procedure? I mean, you changed it while I was in London, so. Okay. Okay, with that, our next proclamation is I-6, recognizing Mental Health Month. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on I-6?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, for any member of the public wishing to provide comment on Proclamation I-6, Mental Health Awareness Month, if you are in person and haven't already, you can bring a speaker card to the clerk's desk. If you are on Zoom, you can engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9. Right, we so far have one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on Proclamation I-6. Right, with that, we'll invite John Butler up.
I'd also like to point out that Behavioral Health Commissioner Jet is here joining me. Thank you for, again, thank you for claiming Mental Health Month for me. I am a person of lived experience with over 40 years of mental health challenges, including suicidal ideation, alcoholism, and other addictions. I've been in significant recovery since 2017. I came to Menlo Park following my first suicide attempt in Redwood City. Mental Health Month is important to me, and I've become educated by San Mateo County, currently through the Office of Diversity and Equity, and also with the National Alliance on Mental Illness of San Mateo. And I'd like to say that we have formed a coalition known as PATH, People Alongside Together Helping, and I will leave a flyer in back. We're interested in your feedback on what you'd like us to do to serve the cities of Menlo Park, Atherton, Redwood City, and East Palo Alto. There's a lot to this. I'll also leave my NAMI card back there. You can text me at that number, and we appreciate your time. The reason for PATH was set off by a young man that ended his life at the Encinal Crossing Station last year. With the support of Cecilia Taylor and Betsy Nash and Police Chief Norris, we began PATH in conversation with Cecilia and Betsy in August of last year, and we had our first meeting in October at the Atherton Library. Mental health is crucial. Some of you still refer to it as mental illness, and there's stigma around it. We would like to help you not see things that way. We would like to help you see us as individuals with emotional and mental needs, just like people that have, I'm a survivor of colon cancer. That was a physical need. My mental health challenges are equivalent to having a physical need, physical challenge. PATH is composed of 3 residents of Menlo Park, 1 of Atherton, and currently 1 of East Palo Alto. One of our members is the wellness counselor of Menlo College. And let me read one thing before the time rounds up. PATH's vision, people alongside together helping, our vision to provide information and to educate on mental health indicators, provide best practices and resources, and build upon community ownership for helping one another in suicide prevention. Our goals are: first, each person will feel a sense of respect, support, and dignity for their experiences and choose life. Second, mental health is normalized within our cities and people have agency to reach out for appropriate support from the community and from the PATH Coalition. Third, empathy is cultivated and suicide is no longer considered an option. Our communities no longer have anyone dying by suicide. I will leave this back there and also a flyer and my card. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And with that, we have no further public speakers. I have Frida here to accept the proclamation. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll read, I haven't read it. I'll read the proclamation.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, John. Your words are always so, so powerful and touching. Mental health conditions are among the most common health conditions, and more than half of the world's population will live with a mental health condition in their lifetime. This year's theme for Mental Health Awareness Month is Turn Awareness into Action, encouraging individuals and communities to move beyond recognizing the importance of mental health and to take concrete steps to improve it, whether through advocacy, education, community engagement, or personal action. It's important to remember that mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and persons who have these conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. It is also important to remember that help is available. San Mateo County Health and Behavioral Services and its contracted network of providers offer direct treatment, specialized support, early intervention, and crisis support and prevention services at no cost to those who need them, including a 24/7 crisis hotline, 650-579-0350. Postvention services and suicide prevention services. For more information on resources available and Mental Health Awareness Month activities, please go to smchhealth.org/MHM. We would like to invite San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commissioner Frieda Edgett to accept the proclamation.
Feeling a little shy. Thank you so much, Mayor Combs and City Council members, City Manager, City Clerk, and the residents of Menlo Park. My name is Frieda Edgett. I am on the Executive Committee member on the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission and also the chair of its Youth and Families Committee. I'd like to thank the City of Menlo Park for once again proclaiming May 2025 as Mental Health Month. This observance, marked across San Mateo County, California, and the United States, brings a vital spotlight to an issue that affects everyone in our community. The lime green ribbon that we wear tonight represents our commitment to bringing a bright light to mental health challenges that are often hidden or stigmatized. Mental Health Month provides a critical opportunity to reduce stigma, to connect people to these services, as Mayor Combs mentioned, and promote wellness for mental health and substance use conditions. Similar to John, for me, this is a deeply personal month and observance. As a sophomore in high school, I developed an eating disorder that kept me from being authentic and whole for 15 years. It wasn't until I was 30 that I actively started seeking recovery. And as was acknowledged in the proclamation, we do and we can recover one day at a time with community, in connection to services, and really with a lot of internally sourced resilience. My experience mirrors what research shows, that most people do develop mental health challenges during their teen years. And so that gives it especially meaningful to be chairing the youth committee. Nearly 50% of all mental health conditions begin at age 14, and 75% emerge by age 24. Half of all adolescents will meet criteria for a mental health challenge at some point, yet typically less than 80% of youth and young adults experiencing challenges seek access to care. So despite these statistics and the severity of this shadow pandemic, I am incredibly hopeful. I mean, look at our young laureates, poet laureates, as a sign. The acknowledgement, this conversation today is a signal. The fact that we are collaborating across schools, educators, practitioners, nonprofit organizations is a sign that things are indeed shifting. The fact that we have these little loveys, that are being distributed, that there's billboards across 101 that say it's okay to not be okay, and crisis lines are also signals that things are absolutely shifting. So, the theme, yes, is absolutely take action, and also mental health exists on a spectrum. It's not just you're healthy or you're not healthy, and there are a wealth of services available. Wear green, the lime green, to acknowledge this, post on social media, 988, as was mentioned, as well as sanmatelocrisis.org, or feel free to visit the website and host an event. So thank you again. It's a deep honor for Keo and I to accept this proclamation today, and everyone be well. So.
All right, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, the final proclamation tonight is I-7, recognizing Public Works Week. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on item I-7.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on I-7 proclamation for Public Works Week, if you're in person, you can bring a speaker card. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on I-7, our proclamation on Public Works Week. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. During Public Works Week, observed from May 18th to 24th this year, we highlight and express our gratitude for the public works professionals who serve our city, focusing on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities, and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of our community and environment. This year's theme, People, Purpose, Presence, highlights the 3 cornerstone ideas that motivate public works professionals every day. Many times, public works professionals will never meet those whose lives have been impacted by their work, because when things are going right, no one knows that public works is there. Yet, with or without acknowledgement, public works is ever present, working in the background to advance quality of life for all. Thank you to our public works team and for all that they do to keep our city beautiful, safe, and connected. We'd like to invite Public Works Director Azalea Mitch and Internal Services Manager Aaron Romero to accept the proclamation.
We just want to thank all the residents. We love the city, and we do our best in taking care of all the infrastructure and providing you with safe drinking water, working traffic signals, and improvements. So thank you.
Yes. Thanks. No, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, then, after I'm not counting, I'm going. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So Mayor Combs, if we wanted to jump back kind of in order, we would go to I2, which is Youth Advisory Committee, and then I4 for STEM.
Okay, thanks. The next item is I2 presentation from the Youth Advisory Committee. Here to introduce the item is YAC President Isla Carajon. I'm sorry to butcher your name. Who's gonna make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and City Council members. We are honored to be here today. My name is Isla Caradogan. I'm the president of the Youth Advisory Committee.
Rowan Hanley. I am the vice president of the Youth Advisory Committee.
I'm Lulu Maxey, and I'm the secretary of the Youth Advisory Committee. I'm Jovi Wong, and I'm the head of the project team of the Youth Advisory Committee.
I'm Julianne Hansen, and I'm the head of the presentation committee.
I'm Kasam Damji, and I'm a member of the presentation committee.
I'm Antonia Mill, and I'm the head of the marketing committee.
I'm Balthazar Soke, and I am the head of the recruitment committee.
Hi, I'm Erin Mack, and I'm a member of the project committee.
I'm Alicia Parikh Briggs, and I'm the treasurer for the Youth Advisory Committee. Next slide, please.
All right, so for our table of contents, first we're going to tell you a bit about our group, what we do during our meetings, our work plan, the city service that we've done, our project, our subcommittees, and of course some time for reflections and questions.
Our YAC group is composed of 18 teens from Menlo Park and other various Bay Area schools.
So what do? So as the Youth Advisory Committee, we engage with and advise various Menlo Park commissions. We connect with the next generation of Menlo Park citizens, inspiring them to be involved in the community. We encourage youth participation in local government and civic affairs. We assist city staff on activities, events, and programs to meet the needs of the youth and teens in the community. And the statement we identify most with is, by empowering the youth of today, we build a more engaged community for the future.
And if you guys can get just a little closer to the mic, please.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
what goes on during YAC meetings? Well, we meet twice a month at the Belhaven Community Campus, and that's on Wednesdays during the school year, which would be from September to May. We discuss relevant city issues and current events. We plan and arrange a yearly YAC-sponsored project, and we also invite guests from speaker organizations and other commissions of the city. For example, this year we've had speakers from aquatics, sustainability, and also Nick Shada. You might know him. He's the assistant director of libraries and community services here in Menlo Park. Now, onto our work plan. So, as ambassadors for the City of Menlo Park, we volunteer for city-sponsored events. But beyond that, we also present our service projects to City Council, like we're doing here today, and we listen to city staff deliver presentations. On top of that, we deliver feedback on the information they present to us. We also work together to plan recruitment for following years in order to ensure the longevity of our commission.
City service. YAC members are required to volunteer for at least one event hosted by the City of Menlo Park each year. The City of Menlo Park hosts a wide variety of community events, celebrations, observances, cultural and educational programs for all ages. Events we have volunteered at include the Halloween Hoopla, Trunk or Treat, Light Up the Season, Photos with Santa, Black Liberation Month celebration, and the Spring Festival. So these are images of various members attending these city service events. And I was at the Photos with Santa, and I was assigned to the cookie decorating station. And I had a good time engaging with the youth and just seeing them have a good time.
So as YAC's president, I've worked to establish a work philosophy in which we all come from a purpose, a why. So I think to start off of our menstrual products drive, I'd like to share a statistic that I think really encapsulates our purpose. In the United States, 1 in 4 teens and 1 in 3 adults struggle to afford period products, especially teens of color and those from lower income households. So we organized a menstrual products drive in Menlo Park to fight the pink tax and support young people with periods in our community who lack access to these essential items. Over 6 weeks, which starts on the 1st of April to May 13th, which is tomorrow, we will have collected new packaged pads, tampons, period underwear, menstrual cups, and menstrual kits to create our own menstrual kits that are free and funded part by our budget. Collection bins are placed at Belhaven Community Campus, Arriaga Community Center, Menlo Atherton High School, and Crystal Springs High School, where the kits will also be distributed in late May. We are also partnering with schools to make these kits available in bathrooms or hand them out directly at events like MA's Feel Good Friday. With flyers, community outreach, and a city newsletter blurb, we've aimed to raise both awareness and support, and we hope this becomes a long-lasting YAC tradition. Dora and Lulu will tell us a bit about what they did at Crystal Springs.
All right, so again, I'm Lulu, and I go to Crystal Springs Upland School, which is in Hillsborough, not in Menlo Park. However, that doesn't stop me from making efforts to support this drive and our community. Erin here also goes to Crystal with me, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we did and how we sort of brought the issue from Menlo Park all the way to Hillsborough and set up bins at our school.
Yeah, even though we don't go to school at Menlo Park, we still really wanted to help support this drive in our own community. So together, Lulu and I have been collecting products over the past 2 weeks at Crystal, amassing over 1,000 donations of menstrual products there. On top of that, we are presenting this Thursday school-wide to inform the students at Crystal the importance of the issue of period poverty in our community.
YAC subcommittees. We are split into 4 committees: the project team, social media and marketing team, presentation team, and recruitment team. We split our group into 4 different subcommittees so that we break down individual tasks as well as efficiently completing the project and other YAC responsibilities.
This year, our project team's goal was to collect and distribute menstrual products to those in need within the community. As said in our previous slide, we've been collecting menstrual products at various different locations in Menlo Park and also using our budget to spend on additional menstrual products and materials to make our kits that we will be making tomorrow. We will then donate to various facilities in Menlo Park. Another important thing we do is we coordinate with the social media and marketing team to make sure the information they're putting out is both accurate and updated.
Social media and marketing team. Our goal with this drive was to publicize information about the menstrual products drive across the city while focusing on how to donate and receive menstrual products. What we did for the drive was promote on our social media. We also made flyers that we printed out and posted all over Menlo Park. I was in charge of putting the flyers at Sharon Heights. Others were around Menlo Atherton High School. Another YAC member and I also went to on Menlo Atherton's broadcasting. So we shared with the whole school what we were doing with our drive, and we were trying just to get donations. And what we did is also provide updates with our social media.
Hi, this is the presentation team, and our goal was to effectively communicate YAC's mission, project, and impact on the community. What we did is we constructed an informative presentation, the one that you're looking at right now, and we coordinated with other teams to put in accurate information into the slides. We also prepared the rest of YAC to present and held meetings going over the slideshow and the slide information.
All right, now into the recruitment team. So our goal is to ensure that YAC remains active and still has members next year, and that, of course, our members are efficient in being part of YAC. So what do we actually do? The first thing is marketing surrounding next year's application process, meaning this is word of mouth. We publicize at schools, local communities, where we tell people, hey, the applications for YAC are open, which, by the way, they are until June 13th. Second is collaborate with schools and community groups. Once again, this goes into the marketing strategy. And then third of all is composing the actual application questionnaire to ensure that not anyone can join YAC, but qualified people who actually want the best for the community can join.
Our reflections. So this year with YAC has been quite the adjustment. We're not only double in size, but we're also working from a new base of operations, the Belhaven Community Campus. However, throughout this process, we've been able to maintain a high level of productivity nonetheless. One of the challenges we faced by having a committee so big was that it's sometimes hard for everyone to get their voice heard and to make connections across the committee. A way we dealt with this challenge was by having a stronger emphasis on subcommittees this year. In smaller groups, it's easier for everyone to get their voice heard, and it's easier to make connections with the people you're working with. Another challenge we faced was our project decision process. We went through a number of various possible options before deciding on a drive. And then we had to throw that one out because some stuff came up, and now we ended up here. The road wasn't always smooth, but we got to the destination nonetheless, and I couldn't be more proud of the group I'm working with. Questions?
Are there any questions for the Youth Advisory Committee? You guys have certainly grown since last time. I attended one of your meetings, which is great to see. Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm incredibly impressed with what you've done and just how you presented, and it was really, really good information. Thank you.
Cool. Now, I remember that there was like a regional YAC association, or you guys, are you still doing that? Is that still something that you participate in?
Yes, so YAC Attack is when tons of different youth advisory committees come together at a convention. I believe that it happens every 4 years or every 2 years, something like that. So, sorry, every other year. So we intend on going every year except the times that they host them. So we couldn't this year, but last year we did, and it was super fun and cool.
Well, that's great. You guys gave us a pretty thorough picture of what you're doing. But do you have any feedback for us? What can we be doing better? And maybe I shouldn't have asked that question, but we're gonna.
I don't know if I would consider this to be directly you guys, but something that I really did like about this year was getting to see the various different commissions come in and them presenting to us what they do. And we had a few opportunities as well to chip in on with our perspectives of us being the youth, after all, youth advisory committee, right? But one thing I felt like we could have been doing more of is that advising. I feel like we have a lot to say. We have a lot of lived experience that's very different in this time and age that we can provide I guess, meaningful insight to various commissions. And it felt like we definitely could have done a little bit more of that than we did. And well, I'm graduating, but I would really like to see in future years with this committee, us having the chance to make our voices heard a little bit more and have a better impact.
Yeah. It's great feedback. Well, great work. Thank you all for being so involved, been committed to our community. I often see you all at the community events, and so it's always great to see you there. And I think we should. I know you said the commissions. I think we should try to set up for each of the council members to come and spend some time with the meeting. I know I'm signing the council members up. But first up, but I'm sure that they would jump at the opportunity.
We greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And Mayor Combs, is it okay if I call for public comment on this item?
It is definitely okay.
Thank you. So for any members of the public who might have comment on item I2, our presentation from our Youth Advisory Committee, also known as YAC. If you are in person, bring me a speaker card. If you are virtual, engaging that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our presentation I2. No hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen, and again, thank you to the Youth Advisory Committee. Our next item is I4, 2024 STEM winners. Here to introduce the item is Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association Board Member Forrest Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Cohen. And board members, or Class A City Council members. I'm part of the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association. We've been around for about 60 years in the Santa Clara Valley, providing opportunity for students who wish to participate in the Synopsis Championship. We encourage youth to consider science as an opportunity for them in the future. As you know, we have many problems in this country, but the resolution is here. When the world was developed, it developed. And there's nothing new under the sun. It's just discovery and finding out how we can take the resources that's available to us and apply them to our youth, our everyday use, our career. We're even now talking about how do we build on the moon, or how do we construct on Mars? I mean, these are significant changes in the way we used to do things, the way we used to look at things. And so we encourage our enemies, our parents, teachers, students to consider STEM as an option for a career. And your recognition of that, your recognition that students are doing good things, that encouragement from you. You own those students because their parents pay taxes. Therefore, they are part of our family. And you owe the responsibility to them to encourage them. And I really appreciate your considering us. We have 2 STEM winners from Menlo Park. And you're honoring them, they will exude themselves with joy and appreciation for all of that, because it's not just a project. It has meaning. And you have indicated that there's significant opportunity for them in the future. Look at science, look at engineering, look at mathematics, look at technology. we're going to rely on those things. And if you look around in this building or anywhere you go, there is nothing that you can look at that hasn't had a STEM touch. And in the future, climate change, it will be something that we solve. And if we encourage our youth to consider STEM, then we'll have focus on many of the problems that we have today. And I thank you so much. I'm a former council member of San Jose, so I know your time is precious and that you're doing things that are important to you, but our children is the most important thing that we got for the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Clerk Karen, can we call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on I-4 presentation for our 2024 STEM winners, if you're in person, completing a speaker card and bringing that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our presentation I-4. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you, Clerk Karen, and I just want to acknowledge they're not with us this evening, but that there is a certificate of recognition being presented to Matthias Garzon, 2024 STEM winner, Synopsis Championship Science Fair, and the second one is being presented to Evangelos Papadimitriou, 2024 STEM winner, Synopsis Championship Science Fair. So congratulations to both of you, and Mr. Williams, thank you for your comments. Okay, with that, we will move on to the consent calendar. Am I correct?
Yes.
City Clerk, I know I butchered. I'm going to get a mean email from you in the morning for butchering the agenda. Okay, consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. And so we had already requested, or I requested that J4 be taken up separately. So my plan was that we take up J1 through J3 as part of the consent calendar, and then go from there. And so, oh, okay. So with that, we're gonna pause 1 second. The next thing we're gonna do is call for public comment on the consent calendar items J1 through J3.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on consent calendar items J1, City Council meeting minutes, J2, a resolution renewing Chapter 2.70 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code related to military equipment use policy, or J3, an agreement, apologies, J2 being a resolution to authorize an agreement with Sheffables, and then J3, the renewing of Chapter 2.70 of the Menlo Park Municipal Code. If you are in person, you can complete a speaker card, bring that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our consent calendar items J1, J2, and J3. And I am seeing one hand. So our first speaker will be Pam Jones. And Pam, if you can let us know which item you are commenting on?
Yes, J3.
Perfect. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council members and staff. I am Pam D. Jones, a longtime resident of Menlo Park, Bellhaven neighborhood. We live in uncertain times when routine may not be so routine, when simple has become more complex. AB 481 went into effect on January 1st, 2022, and the council adopted a military equipment use policy and related city ordinance became effective on May 22nd, 2022. The City Council is required to review this policy annually. Through transparency and recognition, the City of Menlo Park will be reassuring residents that the city acknowledges that some residents may not feel safe. There's no assurance that the city and the police department will be forced to comply with unconstitutional edicts and will be forced to would cause significant fear. I request that AB 481, Chapter 206, published on October 1st, 2021, be included in the resolution. It reads as, the people of California do enact the following. Section 1, the legislator finds and declares all of the following. A, the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risk to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurment of significant financial costs. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risk and the impacts of police militarization are experienced most acutely in marginalized communities. B, the public has a right to know about any funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment by state or local government officials, as well as a right to participate in any government agency's decision to fund, acquire, or use such equipment. C, decisions regarding whether and how military equipment is funded, acquired, or used should give strong consideration to this public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties, and should be based on meaningful public impact. D, legally enforceable safeguards, including transparency, oversight, accountability measures must be in place to protect the public's welfare, safety, and civil rights before military equipment is funded, acquired, or used. E, the lack of public forum to discuss the acquisition of military equipment jeopardizes the relationship police have with the community, which can be undermined when law enforcement is seen as an occupying force rather than a public safety service. I have read this to remind us what is in in AB 481 in hopes that we can do this a little more publicly and announcing to the residents more than what we did for the meeting, because I'm the only one speaking, just so people are aware, not necessarily to change anything. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Aaron. So bringing it back to the dais for the consent calendar items J1 through J3, are there any questions or is there a motion or comments? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And in light of the public comment, just wanted to find out if the language came from the state, what the impact or concerns are if we added it to the existing J3 agenda item. That's a question for the city attorney or for the police chief.
I'm happy to take that question and then turn it over to the police chief if he'd like to add anything. I don't think it's necessarily changes anything with the resolution because those provisions of the state law already apply. But I also don't think it would be problematic to add those provisions because again, they are reiterative of state law, which applies to the resolution as proposed.
Thank you. And so is it just that the language is a little bit different?
No, I think the language proposed is precisely the language in the state laws.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Taylor.
So based on what the city attorney just shared, can we add it? Or is there support from the council to add it, to include it in the motion?
Councilmember Schmidt.
Maybe just to clarify, are we adding it to the municipal code or just the resolution? Because I thought the resolution renewed the municipal code. So it sounds like that might be a bigger deal.
Yeah, my suggestion, if the council wanted to make a modification tonight to include the language, would be to direct staff to add a recital to the resolution, which provides, whereas AB 481, or the resolution would state, I'm sorry, the additional recital would state, whereas AB 41 provides, and then we include the language suggested by Ms. Jones from AB 481.
Does it need to be read into the record, or we can just say?
If you make a motion, I'll read what I just said into the record.
Thank you. I would just like to confirm with the chief that this works.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll just say before the chief comes, I don't have any objection, but it is extensive additional content to add, like from the dais in just a first hearing, and not being able to do like any analysis or understanding. And at least convince myself that I completely understand it. And so there is a hesitation on my part. Small tweaks here and there, I think are fine, but this is a decent new chunk of text. Chief.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council, thank you for the question, and thank you for asking for any input that I have on this matter. So I would tend to agree, Mayor, with your thought process on this for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think the language in the resolution is already carefully thought out and addresses what action the council is taking here tonight. And the second is that the language from the legislative action, AB 481, is already included in the packet with the staff report, describes specifically and exactly what Ms. Jones' comments were. And I would also say, kind of publicly in this forum, I'm more than happy and willing to proactively reach out to Ms. Jones for an extended conversation on any additional concerns that she might have, either on her own or on behalf of the community, to discuss this further. But in terms of the language, I think we cover it with the adding of the legislative information in the packet. However, I don't have any objection if the council wishes to add a language into the resolution. That's certainly your option.
Okay, so if there is no strong sentiment, then I will just make a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar as they are. Understanding that the chief will reach out to Ms. Jones, and if there is a desire that like this language be added into the council's actions in the specific way Mrs. Jones is describing, I would just ask for her to like maybe follow up individually with council members so that they can like kind of more fully understand that point and take some time, and then based on that, we'll see if there is a need for some additional or extra action, depending on how my motion goes. But I'll make the motion just to approve the 3 items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I do agree with you. It is the first time that I saw it, just, I don't know, 10 minutes before the meeting, just as I know that we approve this every year. So if there's some edits that need to be made, that can happen between after we approve it and the time that it comes back to us in 2026. So I'm definitely comfortable with that. I think that there's just some concern, which is why I believe the public comment was made, so that folks that don't feel that way are aware that there's some people that do. And if you make the motion, I will second it, Mayor Combs.
Yeah, and I think that's an even better idea than I suggested. So yeah, so I think City Clerk, can we have a motion in a second?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by City Councilmember Taylor to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item J4. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Karen. So now we'll move on to J4, which was removed from the consent calendar. Authorize the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with LSA to prepare an environmental impact report for a proposed mixed-use development project at 80 Willow Road. This was on consent calendar, so is there a staff presentation here? If there is, we can go into that. If not, we can go into public comment.
Good evening, Mayor Combs. I'm Calvin Chan, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. I'm joined in council chambers with our Community Development Director, Deanna Chow. Also online is Teresa Wallace, Principal with LSA. We are available for your questions. Staff does have a short presentation if the council wishes to see that.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Beginning with some background on this application, the city is currently processing this application, which is for a new mixed-use development at 80 Willow Road. This is commonly referred as the former Sunset Magazine headquarters. The proposed development includes residential uses, office, retail, and a Montessori school. The development application requests a use permit, architectural control, tentative map, below market rate BMR housing agreement, a heritage tree removal permit, as well as environmental review. The city has deemed the application complete, and the next step is for the city to initiate the environmental review for the project as required under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. CEQA will apply to discretionary projects that may result in any changes to physical conditions that exist in the area. The purpose of CEQA and environmental review at any level is to disclose to the public, interested agencies, as well as decision makers, the potential environmental impacts of the proposed project. It's also to enhance public participation in the environmental review process through scoping meetings, public notices, public review and comment periods, as well as public hearings, to facilitate interagency coordination through notices of preparation, notices of availability, as well as review with the state clearinghouse. CEQA also minimizes project impacts on environment through development of project alternatives, mitigation measures, and mitigation monitoring during project implementation. And lastly, an important purpose of CEQA is to publicly disclose the city's decision-making process through findings, as well as statements of overriding consideration, if applicable. Shown on this slide are a list of typical environmental review topic areas, and these are typical topics that would be studied for a project's potential effects on the physical environment. Summarized in Table 1 of the staff report and shown on the screen are the 3 high-level major milestones of the EIR process for this project, the first being the initial study, notice of preparation, an environmental impact report or EIR scoping session, next being the draft EIR review and comment period, and lastly, the final EIR certification as well as project action. In January of this year, the city issued a request for a proposal or RFP for an environmental review consultant, and this was issued to a short list of 13 qualified CEQA consultants that were previously reviewed and approved by the City Council. In February, the city received a total of 6 scopes of work and budget proposals from a variety of environmental consultant firms in response to that RFP. In the months of March and April, city staff reviewed, compared, and coordinated with consultants to clarify the proposals for various factors, including but not limited to qualifications, cost, timing, experience working in and out of Menlo Park, as well as the overall scope of work. Staff then identified 3 top proposals from EMC Planning Group, ICF, and LSA, with scopes of work that we found to be the most clear, thorough, and also demonstrating relevant knowledge for conducting the environmental review for this application. City staff also took into account prior experiences in working with all 6 firms, as well as cost and timing. For this application, staff recommends that the City Council select LSA as the CEQA consultant for the following reasons. Of the top 3 proposals, LSA's proposal is the lowest cost, as well as tied with ICF for timing to prepare the EIR. LSA also provided a very well-researched and well-organized proposal with a strong team of sub-consultants that have experience working on projects in Menlo Park. And LSA also has extensive experience with recent EIRs conducted in Menlo Park. For example, the 111 Independence Drive project, Boom, Menlo Uptown, and Visara Menlo Portal, and Menlo Flats projects, and as well as for different environmental review projects throughout the state of California. In terms of next steps, following City Council's authorization of the professional services contract, staff would coordinate with the selected consultant as well as the applicant to finalize the contract, review and process the fee deposit, and then the city's consultant would then begin the environmental analysis with preparation of the initial study. In closing, as a reminder for all, the city is maintaining a project webpage at menlopark.gov/ADWillow. This is intended to be a one-stop shop with the latest available information for the project. There are handy drop-downs for frequently asked questions, as well as a project timeline. And we encourage folks to please visit this website to receive the latest information and to also sign up for email updates from the city. And with that, we'll close my presentation and staff is available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Clerk Karen, let's call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on consent calendar item J4, authorize the professional services agreement with LSA to provide or to prepare an EIR for the mixed-use development project at 80 Willow. If you are in person, please complete a speaker card and bring that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature, calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, we are at 3 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on consent calendar item J4. Okay, so it is a total of 3 speakers, and our first speaker will be Kevin Cranlin, followed by Nadia Nagic.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Appreciate seeing all of you tonight. I'm here representing Menlo Forward. I'm Kevin Cranen, and I just wanted to go through a few key bullets on our thoughts on this this proposal and the process going forward. First off, we support the selection of LSA to do this EIR, but we also, I'm going to pull my glasses up. We also did look carefully at the proposal and actually put together a long set of recommendations and considerations about the proposal, both about the scope, but also on how it would be conducted. And I'm not going to go through the long list right here. I sent out to all the council members, but the main focus, but I did want to talk about the main focus and motivating factors. The main focus is really on transparency and public access to all the study materials that come out of the process. And the reason for that, the 2 motivating factors are, number one, if you look through all of the EIRs actually, they're tremendously dependent on the application or the applicant provided studies with peer review by the consultant. So especially almost all the critical areas for this EIR. So it really is important that that peer review and everything that is studied actually gets, has visibility to the public. And then the second reason that we really want to see this transparency is because the developer, from what we've seen, some of the preliminary filings, and at least one of their consultants hasn't been entirely truthful in their materials. I can give you two quick examples. Number one, when they filed the preliminary application, when the developer in 17 filed the preliminary application, there was a long historic study of the historic nature of the Sunset magazine or the Sunset site. And it defined both the site as relevant and historic. A few days ago, when the same developer testified up in Sacramento, that all went out the window and it became non-historic and not relevant. So we don't see a consistency coming from this particular developer. One other important thing, in another one of the preliminary filings, we saw one of the traffic consultant, or the traffic and transportation consultant, provide an early study that said that the site, that same site, 80 Willow, was actually in a TPA. TPA is a traffic priority area. And it was very clear from the way they worded it that they were meant that they didn't actually say TPA, but they kind of worded it around it so that it looked like a TPA. So for that reason, we really, really want transparency and the ability to look inside of all these applicant supplied studies. Thank you.
And our next speaker will be Nadia Naik, followed by Naomi Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Nadia Naik, and I submitted comments on this item. And I wanted to talk briefly tonight about why your early direction on this EIR contract is so critical for 80 Willow. It's obviously not a typical project. You guys know that. As a builder's remedy application, it falls under SB 330 and SB 8, which cap the number of public hearings to 5 total once the application is deemed complete. So from what I understand, that includes planning commission, city council, and even subcommittee workshops. So because builders remedy projects are new, none of the cities really have experience of what it's like having these really quick EIRs with very limited focus. That makes this critical moment the most important moment because it allows you guys to take the time and make sure that your contract with the consultant before any information has been given to you is as thorough as it can be. And I recognize that pulling an item off consent and then trying to do a bunch of amendments to it is a really unusual process. But remember that the clock starts once you start this EIR process, and then you guys are under this really expedited timeline. So I would encourage you to take the time if you can. I don't know if it's possible to push this by 2 more weeks, but I'm a resident in Palo Alto. I would encourage you to interact with our city council staff, our fire people, find out and make sure that we're asking all the right questions and you have that baked into the contract now. So it's not a surprise cost later and you don't have to come back with an addendum later because these projects are likely to get litigious and you want to preempt any sort of issues. So laying out the groundwork, making sure that the consultant understands the kind of work you're looking for, that the staff understands it, and that the public understands where those inflection points are going to be is really important at this time. And I just encourage you to take a breath while you can because it's going to be really fast paced afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Naomi Goodman.
Thank you, City Council. I'm very appreciative that the city's requiring a full CEQA analysis for this project, but I do have 4 concerns that I'm requesting the City Council consider before approving the contract with LSA. First, none of the past projects cited in LSA's proposal are of the massive size or extreme community sensitivity as 80 Willow Road. Familiarity to Menlo Park staff and lowest costs should not outweigh technical expertise. I recommend that the city inquire further into LSA's experience on similar projects. Second, I'm concerned that the initial geotechnical study will be managed not by LSA, but by the developer. 80 Willow Road is in the alluvial fan of San Francisco Creek, a California earthquake zone of required investigation for liquefaction. The initial geotechnical study will be critical to determine whether it is safe to build 400-foot towers without risking building failure or destabilizing the creek bank. I recommend that this study be conducted by LSA or a qualified subcontractor, and the work plan be provided for public review before approval by the city. Third, it appears that LSA has prejudged the outcomes of several of the analyses required in the EIR. For example, I quote, "It is anticipated that impacts related to geology and soils would either be less than significant with regulatory compliance or with the implementation of standard construction period conditions and mitigations. Similar statements are made for traffic and hazardous chemical impacts. These determinations should not be made until the initial studies are completed and the data analyzed. The statements reflect a bias on the part of the consultant that could cause the findings of the EIR to be open to question. Finally, LSA's cost proposal specifies 4 public meetings. I was not aware of the limitation of 5 meetings, but given the extreme public sensitivity on this project, 4 meetings is not sufficient. Please ask the contractor to amend the proposal to add additional meetings to the extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Bringing it back to the dais for council discussion and direction. Is there, well, I'll sort of kick it off to staff. I mean, obviously you've seen the emails from Mr. Crennan and Ms. Nyack. What do you have and they're fairly extensive, or at least one is fairly extensive. Do you have a global or holistic response? Or if you want to go line by line, we can also do that.
Let me begin with a holistic response, and I'm happy to go into further detail. I think one of the biggest things staff would like to highlight is that peer review, transparency, these are all things that are going to be integral to the environmental review process. Staff did confirm with LSA that peer review will be part of their proposal. It's budgeted, it's scoped, it's not additional. They intend to provide a memo supporting each of the technical documents to say that the review was done, if it was adequate, and also identifying if there's any corrections or revisions that might be needed. So it's all going to be very clearly laid out in terms of the review process. In terms of transparency, the city will continue to make every effort to have all the documents available online. For transparency, people are also invited to view all the application materials available at City Hall. You can make an appointment at menlopark.gov/appointments, or you can just walk in anytime during counter hours. My contact information is also there if people would like to schedule individual meetings with me to ask some questions. So transparency and processing this application in a streamlined fashion are very important.
Thank you. So bringing it back to the dais, are there any questions for staff on this item? Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks for the presentation of the overall process. So I had a chance to go through a lot of the material that Kevin and Nadia, and then some of Naomi's comments as well. I feel, and although they asked to modify the professional services agreement, I don't think that's really the specific request. It's the proposed work plan or program that's in LSA's proposal, starting on around page 15, that I think really needs, well, I'd say it maybe slightly differently. I feel pretty strongly that we should take the time up front, as a few of the commenters said, to really vet this line by line. Kevin's email has about 11 different things in it, added to Nadia's stuff and Naomi's stuff. I think it's very much worth the time to go through and make sure in that proposal itself that we've covered all these bases, because to burn one of these 5 meetings in a lot of back and forth, around something that we could have addressed at this stage of the process, I feel pretty strongly that we should take a little bit of extra time to make sure it covers it. And there are things in here that I didn't necessarily fully see about the integrity of the scoping. I understand that, but some of the verification pieces, making sure that things are truly independent, the cross-jurisdictional border impacts to our surrounding cities. There's just a lot in here that I don't know that we've had time to unpack, and I think we should do that now while we're not fully on the clock with the number of meetings. So I don't know that we need to go through that one by one. That might take forever, but I feel like if staff could do that and then come back to us in a couple of weeks, verifying that all this stuff has been included in the proposed work plan, that would make me feel a lot better that our process is robust and accessible to the public. Thanks.
City Attorney.
Through the mayor, would you entertain a response from me? Okay. So I think you were offering that, and then I repeated what you were offering. So to be clear on the scope of work, it is fluid. It is always fluid with an EIR. So while the scope of work and the work plan that LSA provided as a part of their proposal may not explicitly state certain detailed items, some of which may have been raised by the public commenters this evening, that does not mean they are not going to do everything that is required to be done under the law and as directed by city staff. So staff runs the CEQA process, and when we believe that the CEQA consultant needs to do something different or extra, they do it, and they amend their contract, or they do a budget amendment or scope amendment to capture those additional costs. Teresa and I have actually worked together previously, and I have done this exact same thing with Teresa and LSA numerous times, where we end up having to revise the scope where new issues come up. That's the first thing. The second thing is staff did meet today. We have gone through the various items that were raised in the letter in great detail, and we are comfortable with the scope of work and the work plan as presented by LSA. We do believe it covers everything that needs to be covered at this time. And if changes need to be made, those changes can be made based on the language of both the professional services agreement and the work plan submitted by LSA.
Of course.
Just a quick clarifying question. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that staff has gone through the emails and looked at that carefully, because I don't know that we had the time to do that or the expertise. Is that a negotiated process? Meaning, is that just a fee-based thing? They're not going to push back on scope of work changes. They'll just go, oh, that'll cost you an extra $5,000, or I just want to make sure there wouldn't be any resistance into that revision of the scope of work.
No, I've never ever in all my, and I would ask community development to weigh in if they have a different experience, but I've never had a CEQA consultant say, no, we're not going to do that. I've definitely had them say that's going to take extra time and that's going to cost more. But I've never had a CEQA consultant say that. And part of why I believe staff is recommending LSA is they have experience with these modifications and changes specifically with LSA.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. My question is, and I'm looking on page 17, population and housing. It says the environmental review will discuss the consistency of the project with planned growth within the area. This section will address whether the project would induce substantial unplanned population growth or displace substantial numbers of existing people or housing. So if we do not have displacement data, how does this work?
So certainly within the population and housing chapter, info regarding like jobs, housing balance and displacement, that would need to be studied. In terms of like the exact data source, I wouldn't be able to answer that at this moment, but I am sure together with our CEQA consultant as well as sub-consultants, we would be able to find that path.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. And in the many jobs, housing, and balance studies, I see that more people have been displaced. So the studies haven't benefited the city in any way, in my opinion. And I honestly came to the meeting thinking that I'm going to vote no on this, partly because if we're continuing to use the same consultants, and in my 7-year history on council, I've seen more people displaced than housed. For me, SB 330 and the fact that there is, I believe, active legislation that is looking to reduce the affordability requirement for housing projects that have less review, so like SB 330. So I'm just concerned that we keep moving forward and we're not really addressing the problems we've already created. And so I'm just, my big concern is that the more housing we approve, the more people are going to be displaced because we're not addressing the underlying issue. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So if this is appropriate, I would like to know if there's anything on in the emails or that you've heard that would not be covered under these revisions that have been discussed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. There isn't anything that jumps out to staff. We did do a thorough review, and also in the months of March and April, we reviewed all 6 proposals very carefully and worked with our consultants to do apples to apples comparison as much as possible to make sure the scopes of work aligned with each other and met all the CEQA requirements.
And so everything that's been called out by the public, by the emails, should be covered.
Yes, and I echo City Attorney Neera Doherty's comments that this scope of work, this process is fluid. There are parameters and guidelines that we will follow, but we will continue to make sure that the environmental review covers all the necessary study areas.
I guess what I'm trying to ensure is that if there's anything, just that if the public is asking for, and council, and I'm sure staff is, if there is something in here that is not, that we are not intending to do, that there's a discussion that it's known up front rather than just at the end that we find out that it was decided not to do it.
Thank you. Perhaps one of the attachments in your staff report, this is attachment K. In case that is helpful to take a look at, that has a summary of the top 3 proposals as well as the different study topic areas and listing like required as well as optional tasks that we know of right now.
Through the mayor, if I may just also supplement Mr. Jan's comment. So I think there are a couple of things in here that in the emails that we received that aren't specifically CEQA topics that would be from the start, something that would be prepared. So for example, the housing needs assessment. So that is not a required element of CEQA, but maybe something that is prepared as a result of findings from the initial study. In addition, inclusion of the displacement and socioeconomic impact analysis that is separate outside of CEQA as well. So just wanted to highlight a few of those items that I think were identified on Mr. Crannon's email, but not particularly like studies that are initiated at the start of the CEQA process.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that there will be something, if there is something in the process of the CEQA that triggers those studies, then they will be done.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or Councilmember Schmidt?
Thank you. And I think the discussion caused me to have one question, one clarification from staff. The clarification was a comment that Ms. Goodman said about some of the some of the language felt like there was prejudged outcomes, and it reminded me that when I was reading it as well, it felt a little bit that way, and particularly for things that were submitted by the applicant. So that it's not about the project itself, it's about the process. Anytime when somebody who pays for it is an applicant, we default to their view, that contains risk. So I'd love, before I ask my question, I'd love staff's take on that view of some of the language in there felt like there were prejudged outcomes based on applicants' submitted reports.
I'll start with that, Mr. Chan. So I want to clarify that every technical study submitted by the applicant will be peer reviewed by LSA. That is, or consultants. And by LSA, I mean the city's consultants and the city sub-consultants to LSA. LSA's proposal does say that. So to the extent there is any prejudging, which I'm not sure, I don't know that staff necessarily saw that, but to the extent there was or is, that should be resolved through the peer review of every study and every submittal that the applicant makes.
Thanks. And then maybe my question, the second point that Ms. Goodman made about 4 public meetings not being sufficient, and then our requirement for, or our limit of 5 meetings, both commission and council. I'm assuming those don't have to be equivalent. So a public meeting could be a non-commission meeting or a non-council meeting. I think it's probably just, the point was made to make sure there was plenty of robust community engagement and discussion and all of that. So if there is at some point an opportunity to, well, I'm assuming there's an opportunity to modify the scope of work to maybe include public meetings that are non-commission, non-council that don't count against our 5. And if it's 4, if it's 6 or whatever, there's probably plenty of appetite to discuss it. So maybe my question is, we could up that number as part of the revision of scope of work?
Yeah, so the staff will direct LSA on how many public meetings we want them to attend and lead CEQA discussion on. They just proposed 4 in their scope of work, but to the extent we want them there for additional meetings, we would ask them to modify their scope and include another meeting.
Thanks.
Any additional questions from council? Okay. Vice Mayor Nash.
So I very much appreciate this time to talk about the process and the scope of the EIR, and I'm ready to move approval as staff has proposed.
I'm happy to second.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Weiss to authorize the city manager to execute the professional service agreement with LSA for the amount of $905,799 and future augments as may be necessary to complete the environmental impact report for the proposed mixed-use development at 80 Willow Road based on the proposed scope and budget. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor dissenting.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Herron, and thank you to members of the public for your public comment, for your emails. It's clear that you're very knowledgeable about the project and all of the regulation and laws that are applicable in this situation. And this is just the beginning of this process, and we will certainly, as a community, be relying on that in the months and years ahead. Thank you. And thank you, staff. We'll move on to the study session portion of the meeting. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the city council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The city council will not take an action on items addressed in study sessions. The city council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the city council for action. The first study session is updated general fund 5-year forecast for fiscal years 2024, 2025 through 2028 to 2029. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello. Ms. Mello, welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council. So I am also joined by our Finance and Budget Manager, Jared Hansen, and we'll be presenting this item together. So for our agenda, we'll start with some background. What is the 5-year forecast? How do we prepare it? And then we'll review some key assumptions in the forecast, both on the revenue and expenditure side. Then we'll spend a little bit of time talking about our transient occupancy tax and how those changes are impacting our forecast. We'll review our current fiscal year 24-25 year-end projection with the latest data available. And then we'll transition into discussing our capital improvement plan contribution, and then review our 5-year general fund forecast scenarios for council discussion. So for the background, the 5-year forecast provides our financial outlook of revenues and expenditures specifically for the general fund, which is the city's largest operating fund. The forecast is meant to serve as a planning tool to help support longer-term decision-making by the City Council by showing more than just the one fiscal year that the City Council reviews when adopting the budget, for example. The forecast is prepared using current policies, for example, the reserve policies, looking at economic trends, and any known future obligations. The forecast is developed with input from many sources, including our expert consultants and the city's leadership team. So typically, staff prepare the 5-year forecast as part of the budget development process in June. However, staff did want to present an updated forecast to the one that was presented to council in June 2024 to really show the impact of the TOT ballot measure and to assist the City Council in considering the level of funding support for the capital improvement plan, which is the topic of the next study session. So in terms of our key revenue assumptions, we'll start with our property taxes. We are factoring in an average annual growth of 4.3%. Within our property tax category, we have our property tax in lieu of vehicle license fee, where we factor in the shortfall that's paid back 2 years in arrears to help make the city whole. And we factored in the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, or ERAF rebate, which does remain flat throughout the forecast. Next, we have our transient occupancy tax, or TOT. Factored in is the 14% current rate that took effect January 1st, 2025, as well as the scheduled increase to 15.5 starting January 1st, 26 through the life of the forecast. Our sales tax, we're factoring in an average annual growth of 2.4%. The licenses and permit category, we're increasing slowly to the historical baseline, and then we factor in a growth of 3% starting in fiscal year 26-27. We do incorporate a $1 million annual transfer from the Developer Special Revenue Fund through fiscal year 27-28 per City Council's previous direction to support the Belhaven Community Campus operations. And finally, we have grant revenues that are being reduced to reflect current funding levels which you'll hear a little bit more in the next CIP as well. Most of the grant revenues do go to special revenue funds versus the general fund. However, sometimes the general fund then needs to step in to help fill those gaps. So that's why we wanted to mention it. Also of note, we're in the process of conducting a cost of services consultant selection process. The cost of services study will help us understand all of the costs that go into providing our services, and then to bring those to the City Council to review really the level of cost recovery that is needed in each of those fees, how to revise those fees. And so that will also contribute to higher revenue depending on that direction. For our expenditure assumptions, we have our salaries and wages forecast that uses our CalPERS actuarial data, and we do factor in a vacancy and turnover rate. For our non-retirement benefits, this is really all of our indirect costs, things like medical, dental, life insurance, Medicare, workers' comp. We have an average annual growth of 4.5% in our model. For our retirement benefits and the additional unfunded accrued liability, or UAL payment, the forecast does use the most recent CalPERS actuarial data as well. For our services and operating expenditures, we have an annual growth of 3%. We also factor in a non-spendable operating assumption, which really is built in because of our vacancies. That means there's fewer staff to conduct the work, which does result in lower operating expenses. And finally, we'll present, we factored in 2 different levels of transfers for our capital improvement plan from the general fund, 3.2 million, which is the current funding level, as well as an increase to 4.86 million, which is the average transfer over the past 7 fiscal years. Next, we wanted to spend a moment highlighting the transient occupancy tax, or TOT. This is the city's second largest revenue source, so approximately 15% of our general fund revenues comes from TOT. In last November, a ballot measure was passed, which raises the TOT from 12% to 15.5% over the 2-year period. That was approved by over 83% of voters. The ballot measure language does allow the City Council to adjust the rate up or down as long as it doesn't exceed that 15.5%. In total, once the 15.5% is fully implemented, staff do anticipate an additional 3.6 million in revenue, which is factored into the 5-year forecast, and it really does help us maintain our minimum reserve levels. Of note, the forecast does not currently add Hotel Moxie. Once we have firmer timelines on that and the permit is issued, we would be looking to add that to the forecast. So that is some additional revenues that would be coming in the future. For this fiscal year 24-25, we have gone through and updated all of our expenditures and revenues that were received as of mid-April and projecting it through the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. And currently staff are estimating a year-end surplus of approximately $1 million. So this number will continue to be refined during our budget process as more invoices come in, more items are paid, and we will provide the City Council update on the projection at our June budget meetings. So we do anticipate that there might be an opportunity for the City Council to make any one-time expenditures, appropriations of any year-end surplus that does result. Next, we have our capital improvement plan contribution. So the general fund does have our annual transfer to our general capital improvement fund for the CIP. This fiscal year, we have that 3.2 million. And then additional transfers do occur throughout each fiscal year, really as project needs arise. And so that has led us to our total transfers being an average of 4.862 million over those 7 fiscal years. Despite these transfers, there is an unmet funding need in future years of the 5-year capital improvement plan, and that will be part of the discussion of the next city study session. And now I'll hand it off to Jared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because of those unmet CIP needs, staff's prepared 2 scenarios to walk through for council review, and we're going to go over each of those scenarios and show you how those affect the reserves. The first scenario that we're going to use is the baseline scenario that we have of the $3.2 million CIP transfer. That is increased by an annual inflationary factor of 2.7% in the upcoming fiscal year 25-26, and then increased by 3% for each subsequent year. So to do this, what I'm going to do is to kind of talk through what was presented back at the June meeting when we presented the budget, and then walk you through the differences of what's there. So our June forecast projected deficits in each year, and that ranged on average about $6.5 million per year. Our new projections, our current projections, based on the updated data, is that we will have between a $1 million surplus and a $1 million deficit. And this is largely due to the increase in the successful TOT tax measure. The other thing to note is that in fiscal 27-28, you'll notice there is a positive anomaly kind of in there. This is due to the large VLF shortfall.
Apologies for the interruption. The screen should be back on momentarily. They are still being projected on our side screens. We're just waiting for our large to reboot. Confirming the city council can still see on their screens? Okay. So Jared, if you want to continue, you can.
So excuse me, the VLS shortfall payment from 2 years prior is the large cause of why that fiscal year has a positive balance to it. Next, we're going to look at the unassigned fund balance. And our prior June forecast showed the unassigned fund balance was falling to $0 in fiscal 26-27. The forecast now shows a declining but healthy unassigned fund balance throughout the entire forecast. And as we look at the different reserve buckets, the first one is the emergency contingency reserve. In the June forecast, we maintained that at the 15% of adopted general fund expenditures until fiscal 26-27. And then that was exhausted in fiscal 28-29. Currently, with the updated forecast, the reserve is maintained at the minimum of 15% of general fund expenditures throughout the entire 5-year forecast. And one thing to note, in attachment B of the staff report, the chart for the emergency contingency reserve labels were off by 1 year, but they've been corrected in the presentation slides that are being shown now. The next bucket is the economic stabilization reserve. In June, that fell below the minimum policy level of 20% of the adopted general fund budgeted expenditures in fiscal year 28-29. However, in the current forecast, it is now maintained at that 20% of general fund expenditures throughout the entire forecast. Next, we want to jump to the second scenario. And in this scenario, the assumption that we're changing is that we are increasing the transfer from the general fund to the general CIP fund to the $4.862 million. Again, this is going to be adjusted by an annual inflationary factor of 3% for each subsequent year. And that 4.862 represents the average total transfer to the general CIP from the general fund. In making that transfer, that contribution of the additional CIP changes the 5-year forecast from having surpluses in some years to deficits in every year that falls somewhere between $1 and $3 million. The unassigned fund balance is declining more rapidly as a result and falls to $0 in fiscal 28-29. Because the unassigned is now 0, that means there's not enough to start funding the emergency contingency. And so we are unable to maintain that minimum of 15% of general fund expenditures starting in fiscal year 29-30. However, the economic stabilization is able to be maintained at that 20% of general fund budgeted expenditures throughout the forecast. Comparing both scenarios side by side, the $3.2 million contribution to the CIP fund takes the general fund's fund balance from $38.3 million down to $36.5 million over the 5-year forecast. Both of the emergency contingency reserve and economic stabilization reserves are maintained at the minimum policy levels. By increasing that to the $4.862 million, the projected fund balance decreases to $28.3 million over that 5-year period, and the emergency contingency reserve is no longer able to be funded beginning in fiscal year 29-30.
Thank you, Jared. And so that concludes really our high-level update to the general fund 5-year forecast for the City Council. Happy to walk through any of our assumptions, take any feedback that you would like us to incorporate into the new 5-year forecast that we present to the City Council in June. So with that, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Clerk Karen, can we call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our first study session K1, updated general fund 5-year forecast for fiscal years 2024 through 29. If you are in person, please complete a speaker card and return it to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item K1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. I would like to open the council discussion on this study session item. And to recap, we're going to just be giving direction, not actually taking a specific action. It seems, kicking off the discussion, one of the assumptions you guys made was to bring in the TOT at the highest rate possible, even though the council has, as you point out, the ability or optionality to have it at a lower rate than the maximum. To what extent did your analysis take into account like different rates as it relates to the TOT?
Yes, we did take into account multiple rate levels for the TOT, increasing all the way up to the 15.5. We also did some gradual increases over a number of years. And we did just remaining at the 14%. So we've done an analysis multiple ways to look at, what's going there. We provided the one that's there. There's also one where we delayed the CIP, or sorry, excuse me, the TOT increase by 1 year. And in doing that, it has a slight impact where fiscal 25-26 has a small deficit instead of a surplus. And then 26-27, that deficit increases by about $1 million. But the remaining forecast is unchanged at that point. When you go to a delay with the higher transfer amount, that average deficit increases to about $2.5 million per year. And then the emergency contingency begins to fall below the minimum 1 year earlier than was shown in the other forecast.
And does the analysis of future years include the Moxie or does not?
It does not include the Hotel Moxie at this time.
Okay. Do we know, probably more for planning or community development than you all, but do we know when that's expected to go online? I'm sure, maybe I should know.
We did have a discussion with Community Development Director Deanna Chow, who reached out, and I believe the current estimate would be that that would occur in fiscal year 2027-28.
Yeah, and just so 2027-28, construction though hasn't yet been started? It's not.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for those answers. Any additional question from council? The Vice Mayor?
So I'm wondering if you looked at what the 4.862 million is to actually bring us up to what the average annual transfer for CIPs. Have you looked at, I am concerned about running future councils in a deficit, projecting a deficit for future councils to deal with. Have you looked at raising it like this year, but not for future years? And is it more preferable to go ahead and increase it and then have a future council decrease it if needed? Or is it more preferable to, is it a better practice to go ahead and increase it? And then if in fact we do end up with a deficit because of that, to back it down at a later time?
I'll take a shot at answering that, and then Public Works Director Zelia Mitch might be able to add more context. So I believe that it's helpful to know what that set contribution is going to be for planning purposes, because the CIP projects do take so many years for the planning and delivering of those CIP. I believe knowing what that contribution is important for those planning purposes. So I think that's up to the city council. I think there's pros and cons to both methodologies.
And by doing a 1 year increase to the 4.862 and then coming back down to the 3.2 million adjusted with the inflationary factor, that changes 25-26 and drops our increase next year to a deficit of almost $1 million. And the remainder of the forecast then is unchanged with the rest of the buckets, with all the reserve buckets being funded because of the 3.2 lower amount.
Good evening, Council. Zelia Mitch, Public Works Director. Just as a follow-up on this, we are presenting to you in the following study session, the 5-year CIP. And we've been working very closely with finance on the revenue projections for the future so that we address those potential future shortfalls. The priority for us right now is to build what is currently underway. And so we would recommend the support in terms of considering meeting that average. while we then take a more close look at the 5-year CIP and our general fund projections.
So you would recommend the 4.862?
Yes, and I will go into much more detail in the following study session.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for, as always, going to this level of detail and preparation. I've got a handful of questions, but some of them are small and clarifying. Let me just start at the top. The strategic pension funding versus normal pension cost. I just want to make sure I understood that as I was looking through the detail. Is that to fill a backfill in the current pension? I noticed that diminishes down to 0 in the 4 to 5 year timeframe. Is that just a backfill of the normal pension?
That was established by the city council policy a number of years ago, and that is to pay for the additional unfunded accrued liability. And so as that is being paid, that amount then diminishes down to 0 until it's fully used.
Perfect. Second question is around the hotel, but maybe a different cut on that question. Is that making the assumption in the forecast of a baseline of current use of our hotels? Because, you know, what if budgets tighten and there's less travel? I'm just curious if that was a forecasting factor as well, because like personally, I know we're planning a little less travel with all the uncertainty. So I'm just curious if that was part of the forecast, or did you talk to the hotels about potential slowdowns?
Yes, we did analyze the potential impact of the economic uncertainty and the impact on business travel. We did work with a consultant when preparing, or 2 consultants when preparing that analysis. And so we do provide what we believe is an appropriately conservative growth model of the DOT, given that potential impact on business travel.
Great, thanks. Third question is, I just wanted to make sure on the very last page of your presentation, scenario 1, second bullet, it says emergency contingency reserve and economic stabilization are maintained at the minimum policy level of 15 and 20%. But then, of course, with scenario 2, that's not maintained. So just from my knowledge about maintaining it at a minimum policy level, are we required to do that? Or we have the optionality to just ignore the policy and move forward? It's more a process question.
Yeah, the city council by resolution established the policy to maintain, to have a minimum fund balance of 15% and of 20%. Those can be amended and changed to whatever council would desire if that's the case. The reason why those are no longer being funded is because the unassigned fund balance would then dip below 0, and if we don't have money, we can't put it in a bucket to save it, is basically what it is. And so it goes out of most restrictive to least restrictive first to cover that deficit, so that that unassigned remains at 0.
Got it. I think that, maybe one understanding kind of comment and then a question, and then I'll wrap up. So the way I'm reading this is scenario 1, essentially it slows our CIP project timelines and we'll need to tighten up our list. But scenario 2, to the vice mayor's point about future councils and other things, that could present some risks to staff and core services if we get an extra shock to the system, if the economy goes sideways, if there's litigation, if there's other things. Scenario 2 feels more risky to staff and core services, and scenario 1 feels like it requires a reduction or a tightening up of what's going on in CIP. Is that a correct read?
I believe that's a fair analysis of the scenarios. I will say what we present in the 5-year forecast has a lot of those assumptions built in. So if the future city councils have different direction, we would build in that assumption into the forecast. So what we're looking for here will help us know what we're bringing to you as a baseline, and then the city council can provide those adjustments as needed based on the current fiscal realities.
Okay. And then maybe my last question is philosophical. What's your biggest area of concern? I mean, when you look at this, these feel like pretty different scenarios. I'm just curious where your concerns are.
At a high level, we have unmet funding needs in our capital improvement plan. As those projects don't come to fruition, there's often greater costs to bring those projects to life. Deferred maintenance can really adds expense to the projects, and so these are still things that need to happen. So, choosing the lower contribution might result in more costs, or is likely to result in greater costs going forward. So there's definitely a lot of priorities to weigh in either scenario for where the limited funding goes.
Thanks.
Any additional comments? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. My question is about the salaries. There's a little, just under a $5 million increase from 2025, 2026, but then goes up another, I don't know, 6 million? And is that projected because we filled our vacancies, or?
Yes, that's correct. We are planning to fill those vacancies. And so as the vacancies ramp down, we want the vacancies to go down, not up, right? As the vacancies ramp down, the costs then go up, or the costs escalate for the salaries. So you'll see a corresponding decrease in the vacancy and turnover factor as well. And then the other thing to consider on this is that these were also built using the CalPERS actuarial data, as well as what we know just internally on positions. And some of those costs will change as more people are in the system and more people are hired. So again, those will be refined as we move further along in the process as well.
Thank you. And if our vacancy decreases, does that mean that our overtime will decrease as well? Or because the overtime hasn't changed, it doesn't look like it has.
Yes, there might be a corresponding decrease in overtime as positions are filled depending on the operational need. But that particularly would be helpful for, say, the police department, where there's minimum staffing levels required. And until those, not only the vacancies are filled, but the staff are trained to the level where they can operate independently as police officers, that only then would the overtime be able to be reduced. So there is a little bit of interplay between the filling of the positions, training, and reducing overtime.
And just going to, since it's attachment B's in the staff report, so I'm looking at, and I've seen our budget increase significantly since I've been on council, which is why I'm going to continue to ask some questions. With the rental income, that's for the property, the city property?
Yes, that's correct. That's the city properties that are owned and leased to individuals, as well as the temporary one-time uses of various facilities.
And with the charge for services, it starts off high. Well, that was last year, and then it goes down and then goes up. So just curious, is that cost for services, that means, say, our environmental impact report, what we're charging for development projects, for permitting, so it's projected to go up and then, or go down and then go back up?
Yeah, so some of the things that you're seeing with the year-end projections compared to the 23-24 year-end actuals, that might be less or might be significantly higher, and then they go kind of back to I want to say right sized or kind of back to a normal level. There's various things that happen during the year. But as we do the cost of service study and know what we're going to be charging and that we're getting what level of cost recovery is desired, that's a potential for those charges for services as well as the permits and the permitting fees to be increased as well. So that's not factored into these scenarios at all at this particular point because we have no information about that at this particular moment.
Okay. I have one last question about the secured property tax. This is from the county projections, and I mean, it's public as far as how much some of these very expensive properties have sold recently, not just in Menlo Park. So I see that it's projected that there'll be an additional $4.5 million in property taxes, and that's based on the projections, what it's been increasing over the years, or is there something else that determines it?
That is the maximum amount that the property taxes can be increased for the secured property taxes for the current existing properties. And that's based on the state law. I can't remember the number all of a sudden off the top of my head. But there is a limit that we can raise property taxes, or that property taxes can be increased based on the value of each home. 13. Thank you. Thank you. I was thinking an SB and not SB Prop 13. But that limit is set by state law, and the value of the assessments cannot increase above that. So that's why it maintains it at that particular level for that time frame. And until they're sold and change hands, that value remains the same.
Thank you.
Have you included the USGS property, which is just sold, in our projections?
I don't know on that one. We'd have to look and see if that was on the county assessor roll at the time when we pulled the forecast information or not.
I'm sure it was not. No,
Probably.
it would not have been. Because
We-
it's currently not taxable because it's a government, and so it will be
Okay.
in the future.
Yeah, so that's not been included either, so.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So we're supposed to be providing you with direction. Do you feel you have direction? There's been comments. So I'll give you the opportunity to frame the direction you would like to see from council.
Yes, thank you. And some of the direction might, come after the following study session, and we will be here and listening to see what may need to be factored into the 5-year forecast. Where we heard a little bit about some potential changes to the TOT scenario, but not necessarily one that you'd like to see factored in, as well as potentially seeing that CIP transfer increase to the 4.862 for next fiscal year, but not the subsequent fiscal years. So I heard a little bit of different direction. So if there's something firm that you would like to provide us in what so we can incorporate that into the revised forecast for next fiscal year, we can take that direction now, or we can wait and be listening for after the following study session as well.
Yeah, so on the TOT, I threw that out there. I don't know if I saw any particular interest from other council members to have a rate lower than the highest possible. But if someone wants to express some desire on that front now. So, okay. So, and then I would say regarding like the CIP, then let's probably hold off on the next agenda item. And then I think there'll be more informed direction specifically on that CIP level. Unless council members disagree and would like to provide some more specific direction on the CIP level like now, without looking into like what that exactly means.
Just a general comment, and I don't think this will change after CIP. I do like the variability of being able to look at it each year, like committing to that higher 4.6 or 8 number, and then projecting deficits that might impact core staffing and core services. I just would want to maintain that flexibility with if we could, even given what we might see with CIP. So, and that might go up or down. I would assume that number would go up or down. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. Could I get some clarification on that? So if we do have a deficit, does it, can we take the money out of the CIP budget so that we maintain our core services and staff? Or is it committed to the CIP so we would have more CIP money with no staff to do it?
So if I may clarify, and I'll show the graph in the following presentation, but the adopted budget is for this coming fiscal year. We do present to you a 5-year plan. If council's direction is to not meet the average, but stay within the 3.2 million policy, then we can definitely look ahead and work within that CIP budget. And I'll show what we have programmed in the next 5 years and can address where we may see some of the higher, the projects that will require more money, and perhaps we can work on a strategy for funding those. But so we are not currently presenting a 5-year CIP that will require the 4.8 every year. It gets harder to track in year 5 because things fail. But right now, what we can say is that we have immediate needs pending this fiscal year and can work with the forecast in mind to better, I guess, propose projects that are really, really high priority, and then maybe delay those that are enhancements that we would like, but not necessarily rise to the high priority bucket.
So I guess my question is basically, if we go with a higher CIP, which I will say I am leaning toward because of we have so many unmet needs right now, is that endangering our staffing levels if we run in deficit in future years?
So the deficit levels for the general fund will decrease over time if we use the higher level. We will still have a fund balance. It just means we won't be able to fund what council has already directed as far as our reserves go. We won't be able to meet that minimum policy level of 15% and 20%. So at that point, we would then need to revisit that policy to see if there was something council might want to change as far as what that level is, or if there's another strategy that the council would like to take at that point.
And I would add, there is the ability to kind of concurrently be reviewing, engaging in a longer term analysis of service levels as needed and where the city council might look to see services that can be enhanced, diminished, discontinued. But that would need to be part of a much larger study, analysis, and discussion with the council and the community.
I'm still not clear. Would our staffing, if we go with a higher CIP now, or for whatever reason, we end up with a deficit in, as is shown in scenario 2, can we move money around so that we would, without significantly changing our reserve funds, would we be able to move money from, for example, CIP to cover staffing levels? What I'm wondering is, if we maintain the 3.2 million for CIP, then that does not put us into a deficit position. So why couldn't, are we able to, or would future councils be able to drop back to that 3.2 and therefore?
Yes, council has the ability to determine what that contribution amount is going to be to CIP at any time. And you also have flexibility to say, oh, well, this year we've overfunded CIP, so we're going to only fund it $1 million. Not that we want to do that, but we're only going to fund it $1 million for you this year instead of the 4.5 or 5 million that we need to, because we know that there's a deficit in the general fund for this upcoming year. So council does have the ability to do that as well and provide direction along those lines.
Thank you.
That was essentially what I was saying about variability as well. It's just the ability to ratchet that number up and ratchet it down depending on what happens in the external environment feels like a pretty important control mechanism. And if we dedicate to CIP, but we can't claw it back in future years, then that feels pretty risky. So I appreciate that clarification.
So I came away with a different conclusion. I came away with the conclusion that we could claw it back in future years. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was worried we couldn't. I was worried if we committed it for 5 years, that was the number for the projected 5-year period, but seems like we can adjust it every year.
I would assume if we haven't spent the money, then
Right.
we can always change our
Thank you.
minds. Well, as long as we've not written the check and sent it out, or signed the contract. Great. Okay. Let's move on to the next study session item. The final study session is provide direction on the 5-year capital improvement plan. So, as a part of this agenda item, the City Council may discuss the Safer Bay project, including funding from FEMA and matching funding from Meta. Meta is my employer and therefore a source of income, so I will recuse myself from that portion of the agenda item. Here to introduce the item is Public Works Director Azalea Mitch.
Good evening, council members. Azalea Mitch, Public Works Director. I am here to present to you our 5-year capital improvement plan. So the agenda will cover the overview of the plan, the funding sources, how we prioritize projects, the proposal on new funding requests, the 5-year outlook, which will address some of your questions, what the status is right now in terms of our budget shortfall and potential options for your consideration and feedback and any questions, clarifications. So the CIP plan covers everything that is publicly owned in the public right-of-way at our parks facilities. So we have 7 categories: our buildings, the environmental projects, parks and recs, stormwater, streets, transportation, and water. The CIP is funded by the general fund. We just talked about how the policy is based on a $3.2 million transfer, while the average has been 4.9 since 2018. We also have an enterprise fund based on the water service that we provide, grants, and an array of special revenue funds. How we prioritize the CIP is based on your annual workshop in terms of the priorities that are set by council. This coming fiscal year, we are prioritizing projects that focus on climate action, our downtown, emergency and disaster preparedness, housing and safe routes. We assess the funding availability, staffing. We are continuing to incur a high vacancy rate. And for this coming year specifically, we took a look at the projects that are in construction, that have final designs or are close to final design, and the projects that really focus on improving infrastructure that's in poor condition, because it just gets more expensive as we defer. The phases of our CIP approach include the planning. We are very mindful of defining our project needs, the scope, the stakeholders, budget, and schedule. Once those are defined, we embark on design, and then we bid our projects, award, and inspect. The core team that focuses on delivering the CIP projects is our CIP team within the engineering division. It is a group of led by the assistant director and 10 engineers, project managers. As you can see from this org chart, we do have 6 vacancies, and we've been focusing on doing the best that we can with project delivery. We have a very busy summer, construction summer coming up. We coordinate within our department with the transportation division, maintenance, other city departments, and of course, the community and the public. With this coming fiscal year, in terms of our new CIP funding requests, we do have 66 CIP projects, a carryover of $60 million in budget, and our new requests total to $19 million. That consists of projects that are focused on water improvements, streets, transportation, and buildings. So the $79 million total budget, in terms of how that's funded, most of that, the majority, is through special revenue funds, about a third from the general fund, and the rest from the water enterprise fund. Focusing on the general fund CIP requests, we are for 25-26 requesting $4.3 million. And this is once again really focusing on projects that are in construction and within the final design phase. Most of that money is focused on buildings, like upgrading the HVAC system at the rec center, the IT master plan, police radio improvements, and in our buildings, followed by money that's needed for completing the Chrysler pump station, which has been underway for a few years. Safer Bay, we will speak about that project toward the end of this presentation. And then projects that focus on our environmental quality. And then lastly, streets. Highlighting one of our largest programs is our street maintenance plan. And this program is funded by gas tax, SB1, Measure W, which allows us to spend some of that money on transportation improvements and the construction impact fees. We are proposing to spend $20 million over the next 5 years. Specifically for 25-26, we will begin to design the improvements on Bay Road, Pierce Road, our annual slurry seal program, and we hope to be once again busy in the summer of 2026 when we bid projects in the winter so that we get fair pricing, good competitive pricing, and can have a busy construction season in the summer. With respect to this program, the scope of work really focuses on maintaining the 96 miles of roads that we have so they can be in good condition. And that money is spent on pavement and gutters, but does not include projects that are larger in scope, like streetscape projects that include sidewalks as well. Those are typically either the responsibility of the property owner and or we have funds to repair sidewalks that are damaged by city trees. New to the CIP is our proposal to include a slow streets program. This is a successor to the neighborhood traffic management program, which we spoke to you all about during the award of the Middle Complete Streets project. This provides the opportunity for the community to make requests on traffic calming. We are proposing to create a standalone CIP. We would be tapping into our existing CIP transportation minor project so that we can have dedicated funding for this effort. Not included in this plan is construction money for the Caltrain Quiet Zone. We are in the final design phase. We've been working with Caltrain for quite some time. We are getting closer to finalize that design. We are estimating a $4 million construction need, and we'll be looking to bid this project so that we can obtain that cost certainty and come back to you all and identify the funding source to actually construct. And this could be through tapping the Downtown Public Amenity Fund or the general fund, depending on the bids that we receive. Also not included is the high voltage streetlight conversion project. We are bidding this project in 2 days. We have finalized the design for the West Menlo neighborhood. We do need additional funds for construction based on the estimates that we've been working on the engineer with. Once again, the approach here is to go ahead and bid later this week, obtain those costs, and come back to you all with an appropriation. The 5-year CIP outlook in terms of all the the budget needs. We do have $6 to $8 million in ongoing annual needs to maintain and improve our streets, buildings, aquatics, water, and traffic. This is a 5-year outlook that really shows where we see the high capital projects. We are working with our sustainability group on assessing options for electrifying the heating system for the Burgess Pool. That is coming in at a potentially rather high cost, but we will take a look at options. So that's included in this 5-year outlook, as well as Safer Bay, the middle undercrossing project that we've been working with Caltrain on, high voltage for the rest of the final neighborhood, as well as our water reservoir storage project. This gets to some of the questions that you were asking in terms of what do we do for fiscal year 25-26 versus the rest of the 4 years in the 5-year CIP. We do have $30 million in general fund needs over the next 5 years. Significant portion of that in red, maroon is the Burgess Pool. There is no other funding source for that project right now. We have been working on identifying potential incentives, and also different types of technologies. But right now, the high level cost that we have is $6 million. And then, as you can see, we have the rest of the needs are less than the 5 million average. We do have many unfunded needs. What this 5-year CIP presents are basically those projects that will keep us afloat. It's been a challenging few months with the changes at the federal level. We have seen losses in revenue that have impacted the general capital fund. So we were counting on $2 million in tax credits for the microgrid project that is currently under construction at the Belhaven Community Center. And that has been phased out. So we will no longer be receiving that money for the renewable energy that we will be generating. We are also continuing to work with FEMA and Cal OES on our Safer Bay project. So the city was extremely successful in obtaining a $50 million grant. Phase 2, $46 million of that was for construction, which has been canceled. Phase 1 includes $3.7 million that is currently under review. We are continuing to submit our reimbursements and they've been processed and approved by Cal OES. As far as we know right now, that is under review. We could get all of it or a partial amount. It's unknown, and we do not know when FEMA will decide. Sorry, I jumped too quickly. So what does this mean? With these changes, we are projecting an $8.4 million shortfall in the general capital fund through the end of June of this fiscal year. With the $4.3 million in general fund needs that we are requesting, that shortfall would increase to 12.6. If council directs staff to calculate carry through the average of 4.9, that shortfall would get reduced. We were very successful in obtaining $2 million in funding for our EV chargers at City Hall. That money comes from MTC. It's on a reimbursement basis, so we wouldn't see that revenue come in until the following year, but it is a grant that we have accepted and have. And so that shortfall would be reduced to 5.7. Now, this is assuming that we're not receiving the Safer Bay Phase 1 revenue. So if we do receive that, then that shortfall gets smaller. So we have 2 slides on council feedback and direction. The second one is specific to Safer Bay. We have, based on the finances study, the study session with finance, we, as you know, we have average 4.9. Now, we are seeking direction on whether council would consider tracking the actuals and making that one-time appropriation for fiscal year 25-26 so that we can sustain the $4.9 million transfer. That's one. Second, in terms of addressing the shortfall, would be using emergency contingency and reserves. For the quiet zone, we have not included this project in our CIP. So part of the discussion is whether you all support our approach to finalizing the design and coming back to you at the time of award and identifying other funding sources such as the Downtown Public Amenity Fund and/or General Fund, depending on that amount. We will also continue to monitor any grants for rail projects so that we will be looking at potential opportunities for grants as well. We unfortunately were not successful in obtaining grant funding for the Urban Forest Management Plan, and we have two options here, either reducing the scope of work or tapping a different fund so that we can have a comprehensive plan for Bellhaven and the rest of the city. So a potential funding source could be the Environmental Justice Program Implementation Fund. Lastly, another option would be considering delaying existing projects. We have budgeted improvements that focus on our buildings, the aquatic center. We could take a look at delaying the implementation of those projects to reduce the expenditures and address the shortfall in that way as well. And the next slide is on Safer Bay. Is it okay to proceed?
Yeah, just
Okay.
proceed. When the council comes to discuss it, I will.
Great,
will
thank
not
you.
participate.
Safer Bay is an important project for the city, many years in the making. As I shared, the city was extremely successful in obtaining a large grant, but that program has been canceled by the federal government. One option, we did start the design. So we have a very good team on board, and we've been trying to catch up on our schedule. So one option would be to continue this design and continue to monitor the reimbursements from FEMA on the design work. This would allow us to finalize the design and the environmental documentation so that we can be shovel-ready for a large construction project that would require us assessing funding mechanisms, because it is a $500 million project. But being shovel-ready really provides that advantage to any future funding that may come. We do have partners. We have Meta and PG&E, and we have agreements with them for the project. So we notified them on the status of the project. We would be proposing, if you all support continuing this design, to identify a backup funding source for now so that we leave the contributions made by Meta and PG&E, which require a renegotiation of those agreements, intact as we tackle this and continue the design. So that is one option. The second option is to cancel the project, which would set us back on our goal of climate resiliency, and we would be returning the money that Meta and PG&E have contributed, which is $3.5 million. We would also be foregoing any phase one funding through FEMA. And so we seek your direction on any of these items.
Great, thank you, Director Mitch. Let's open it up for public comment. City Clerk Karen.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item K2, provide direction on 5-year capital improvement plan. If you are in person and have not yet, feel free to submit a comment card to me at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature. And if you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Right, currently seeing 2 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment on our study session item K2, direction on the 5-year capital improvement plan. All right. And so our first speaker will be Laura Mellon, followed by Adina Levin.
Thank you guys for staying long as you always do here. I will be quick on this. Thank you for putting the Slow Streets program in the CIP. We've been talking about it for a long time in Allied Arts, and we're really glad to see it there. I wanted to bring up a potential efficiency, looking at the general fund forecasts and the CIP shortfalls. I see the challenges with both budget and staffing and getting things done. And I think that there might be an opportunity to use some of the work that's been done so far with the prior team and the Allied Arts neighborhood to kickstart the Slow Streets program with the in-street signage pilot that we've been asking for in Allied Arts. As a reminder, Allied Arts is a neighborhood that sits next to Middle Ave, a high collision corridor, El Camino Real, another high collision corridor, has 3 streets running parallel to Middle for quite a while, and cut-through cars are increasingly going on our neighborhood streets. The cars are going fast. We have a lot of kids and elderly people in our neighborhood. There's a UPS store on College Ave where trucks come every day. And as we all know, in looking at traffic injuries, kinetic energy, which is mass times velocity squared, is related to the speed of a car and the size of a car. So we have both speed and size on our streets next to a bunch of kids. So I have a really specific request. I would love it if you guys, council and staff, could greenlight trying the Allied Arts pilot as the start of this Slow Streets program. I think that waiting until July 1st to start thinking about a program, looking at the phases of a project from this deck, where the planning is going to be 1 to probably 3 years, the design 1 to 3 years if you look at past CIPs, and then we'll be kind of like 6 to 10 years from now with the Slow Streets program. A lot of those kids will be grown up and not playing in the street anymore. And so that's my request. Thank you guys for your attention on this. And I know that everyone's working hard. Happy Public Works Week to you, Azalea and team. Yesterday, Jose was out doing work on Santa Cruz Ave, which was awesome. So thank you all.
Thank you, Laura. Our next speaker will be Adina Levin.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Happy Public Works Week. Starting with the discussion about linking the CIP with the overall budget discussion, my thoughts to share are about being conservative without false economies, where, conservative given the broader conditions, but avoiding false economies where thrashing a project that is in the middle and, kind of dragging things out can increase costs. And rather than if something is in the middle of being done, get it done, and then that reduces the amount that is paid on that project. Second set of comments in the in the near term, I'm really glad to see some of the transportation projects from the Transportation Master Plan that are welcome and long awaited, including pedestrian and bike safety improvements on Willow, on Middlefield, on Coleman, and pedestrian crossings of El Camino Real that have been in the works for maybe a decade since the downtown plan was done a while ago. In terms of additional funding sources that may be needed given the federal climate, one question that I have is about, there was a $10 billion climate resilience bond where the legislation passed, and I am wondering when those bonds are slated to be issued and whether Safer Bay is a project that is eligible for that program. And in terms of some of the transportation needs in the medium term, San Mateo County is looking to reauthorize Measure A in 2028 potentially. And the previous expenditure plan from a couple decades ago or 3 decades ago the priorities are somewhat different now. And so really paying close attention to that expenditure plan, it is being developed over the next few years, can probably help get funding that can be targeted for some of the projects that we would like to fund within the 5-year CIP timeframe even. Thank you.
Thank you, Adina. All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. I'll open it up for council discussion and what the council prefer to discuss and provide direction on Safer Bay now, or you want to, and then I'll leave for the vice mayor to run the meeting, or do you want to get to that after we provide general feedback and discussion? Is there a preference? Yeah.
But if it's all integrated.
Well, there are specific prompts for direction being proposed by Safer Bay. And so the idea is that it wouldn't be integrated. You would provide that direction specifically as it relates to Safer Bay as it has been framed by city staff. And so, and then everything else would be taken up separately. Okay, so the vice mayor said, let's do Safer Bay first. So let's do that.
So we are open for comments on Safer Bay.
Thanks. I think I have a broader comment that I'll refer to in both conversations. And it's, well, one, thanks for Ms. Mitch putting together the detailed set of trade-offs we have to navigate and all that really helped frame this up. I think I'm hopeful that we can potentially have a very simple request where we have the will to do some short-term focus areas for our residents and the stresses and the anxieties that they're feeling right now on a number of projects. And I can list those in the next part of the discussion. But I really am hoping we can reshuffle our priorities and focus on some long-term quality of life projects. So within that context that I can clarify in a bit, I'm pretty supportive of not using the get it done mentality with Safer Bay, just because we're at a certain point. I'm feeling like we can get shovel ready, but we might have to hold on to those shovels until there's a new administration in power. I mean, everything feels so uncertain about this. So it's the one project that has a big price tag that's got some progress, but not a lot of, actual development being done. And it feels the most uncertain. I understand that we might have to return some money, and I would wonder if we could potentially negotiate that with some of our partners. If really, could we do some minimal work to kind of keep that going, but not try to spend so much money. So for Safer Bay, for me, I really would like to pull some of those funds because I feel like there's just too much uncertainty that anything's gonna come help us move that forward. And so that's kind of where my head is. It'll feed into the bigger discussion, but yeah, I'd just love to explore some options to pull back some of that funds or not spend them on that in particular at this moment.
Yes, Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you. So earlier you said that the Safer Bay project is a $500 million project, is that correct?
Construction. So
Oh,
the
construction.
design, design, we have a $5.7 million design contract.
Okay.
And so we are taking preliminary designs completed by the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority and advancing them to final design as part of the current contract.
Okay, and so I guess kind of an impossible question, but to Councilmember Schmidt's point, I guess yes, my hesitation is that I would like to be shovel ready. This is like a very important project. However, to the earlier point, it seems like we have no sense of when those plans could be actually acted upon. And I guess my question here is, let's say that we can't act on those plans for another however many years, would those plans still be relevant or would they have to be redone?
That is a great question. We believe that what a final design does provide you is better certainty on the construction. We are looking at value engineering. A lot of the money is the expenses are due to soil and dirt and conditions. So the more that we know, the more certainty that we have in terms of the methods and the materials used. And so the first task that we had the consultant embark on is to really work with us on value engineering options to reduce those costs. And so because it's a huge unknown, otherwise the project may feel, and it may very well be decades out of reach. We hope not, given the ongoing projections on sea level rise. So the approach was, let's do all the engineering investigations to better inform this design so that we can address potential risks and work on a better cost estimate. And then we can tackle the funding sources. This is a multi-year design effort. We are trying to catch up because FEMA did give us deadlines for spending the money. And so the goal is to obtain that environmental clearance, work on the restoration efforts with the JPA, and really look at it regionally. This is Menlo Park's project, but it is part of the broader Safer Bay project. There's also an opportunity to apply for hazard mitigation funding through the state. And so we're looking at options there to then complete the design, because the current design that we're working on is from the PG&E substation to Bedwell Bayfront. It doesn't include, we have 2 gaps. And so we are looking at other grant opportunities. But in terms of the value of the design and being shovel ready, the devil's always in the details on these levee projects. And so the more that we know, the better design that we have. And so that means the more certainty that we have on costs.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, and thank you, Ms. Mitch, for your presentation. And since we're talking about safer is which reach? Is it 1 or 2?
This project includes 3 reaches, so from the PG&E substation all the way to Bedwell Bayfront Park. It does not include some of the gaps on either end.
Thank you. And the total amount for phase 1, the total amount from PG&E and also Meta's contribution is more than the 3.7 million.
Correct. Yes. So Meta committed 7.8 and PG&E $10 million. So a total of 17 million.
And so right now, what's needed is some investment from the city, the 1.6.
Indeed.
So
yes,
with the 1.6 and the 3.7, so the remainder of the funds left, what will determine how those funds will be used?
Yes. So currently the design contract is 5.7 million. And we are, if the full amount of the FEMA Phase 1 funding comes through, and like I said, as of a few days ago, they were processing our reimbursements, then that's $3.7 million in funding that we could say, okay, we're counting on receiving that money. We have received money from Meta and PG&E that totals 3.5, but we do have to renegotiate those agreements. And so what we're proposing here is council's direction on using $1.6 million. So the 5.7 minus the design amount, so that we don't tap into the Meta and PG&E funds, because those have to be renegotiated as a result of the Phase 2 FEMA cancellation. So what we're asking is for one, continuing to design, continue to monitor the FEMA Phase 1 funding. And like I said, we're being reimbursed, but FEMA is reviewing the entire project. If we assume that we will receive this 3.7, then we need 1.6 to finalize the design.
Thank you.
I know I'm sorry, that's a lot of.
No,
Yes, ma'am.
I for one am in full support of having funding 1.6 million, especially if we can get some of the other stakeholders. The city of Menlo Park also, PG&E is invested, Meta, but there's other stakeholders in that area of our city. So I'm definitely in support of that. And just as a reminder, BRIC means Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. One of my concerns originally, this was maybe 5 years ago, was that protecting the PG&E substation was actually going to further exacerbate flooding in the neighborhood. And so because that was actually, I won't say it was resolved, but there's additional work that's being done through Safer Bay and the JPA to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I see that it's valuable to continue, because if we put a pause on a project like this, it may not ever happen. And as a person who lives in the flood zone, I'd love to see some more protection, not just for the critical infrastructure, but also for the residential area as well. So my recommendation would be to, I think it's in the staff report, to use some of the Bayfront mitigation funds for the 1.6 million and engage the other stakeholders to also have some skin in the game. We should all be putting money in the pot. Thank you.
I would agree with that. I think that's a fair assessment. And thank you for breaking down the 3.7 versus 1.6 on the slide. I thought we had to come up with the 3.7. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
So what happens if FEMA does not come up with the 3.7? And especially, there's a lot of talk even about whether FEMA will exist.
Correct. So one of the things we will be re-engaging our partners, Meta and PG&E, on the use of the commitment that they have made. And so that's part of us we've let them know of the construction costs. We've let them know of the FEMA BRIC Phase 2 cancellation. We have MOUs in place. And so the plan is we let them know that this meeting was happening and that this project would be discussed, and that we would go back to them to renegotiate those agreements so that we can use the contribution that they have made for the design, which would address if we lose the Phase 1 funding, then that if they agree, then those funds could be used to complete the design.
And so theoretically, hopefully FEMA would cover it, and then the city would put in 1.6?
Yes, if you all agree, yes.
Correct. And then at that point, do Meta or PG&E put any money in, or don't even worry about that? That's part of the...
I think it's part of then the strategy that you would support. We can identify the potential funding source here. And so that would give us the ability to make us whole if we do lose the phase one funding. And then also the existing agreements did not differentiate with Meta and PG&E what would be for design versus construction. So this is an opportunity for everyone and perhaps other stakeholders to contribute to finalizing this design.
Thank you. And I very strongly support reaching out to other stakeholders and seeing what we can do there. Another question is, in the OneShoreline presentation we just had, there was discussion about now going out to the entire Bay area, Bayfront area. Does that include, how does this play into that?
So we have been in meetings with our neighbors, with East Palo Alto, with Redwood City, with Belmont and San Carlos. We have to develop an adaptation plan per BCDC. I will, the agency in terms of looking at the Bay Area for conservation. So we do have to develop an adaptation plan. They would prefer for this plan to be regional. And so Redwood City reached out to us, and we will be working with OneShoreline on applying for grant funding so that we can develop a regional adaptation plan. And so that will put us in a very good position for sea level rise climate change funding once that plan is adopted. It's developed and adopted by City Council.
Thank you. And how long to finish how long do you think it will take to finish this phase one?
To finish the design, 2 years.
And during that, so essentially you're asking for a green light right now from council. So regardless of whether FEMA is able to contribute or not, we would proceed and finish this.
Indeed. So the two options we are presenting to you is one, identifying funding for if we lose the money, going back to speak with our partners to renegotiate those existing agreements, continuing the design, or canceling the project.
Thank you. Well, I would agree that we should continue with the project and reach out to the other stakeholders and see what we can do to have them participate. Other comments?
Yeah, I also appreciate the clarification between the 1.6 and the 3.7, and because that was a little confusing, and the 3.7 felt like a fairly substantial number for a project that, it might be 5 years before we can put a shovel in the ground. So I'm also feeling, based on what Councilwoman Taylor said and some of the other discussion, I'm feeling like this is an important one to continue at that level of funding to get us through the design phase. I love the comment of, will FEMA exist? Like that was part of what was bubbling around in my head, right? So if we can also pay for it out of the Bayfront, a good chunk of that out of the Bayfront Mitigation Fund, that'll help, because I will talk about this when the mayor comes back, but I do want to use some of the general funds and some of the other things and maybe reshuffle our priorities for a very short term, which we can talk about. But it feels like we've got kind of semi-dedicated money that can get us there, or we can talk to partners to help us get there as well. And particularly if it's going to take 2 years for the design, then the federal landscape might become a little bit clearer. So although I felt a little resistance in the beginning, the discussion kind of swayed me toward supporting this as well, if we can pull from the Bayfront Mitigation Fund. Thanks.
Any more comments on this, or should we call the?
Just want to say thank you to the council.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, so are we now moving on to the general feedback and direction? And so I'll open it up to the council.
So I have several different comments. On the streets and sidewalks, just going through some of the items there. On the high voltage streetlight conversion, there's been a group of residents who are very, very anxious to get this project moving, as you know. And they are very concerned about safety without streetlights and have been waiting impatiently for this to happen. How do we, and my understanding was that it was going to hopefully happen this year, but there's no funding. How do we make this work?
So we have finalized the design and intend to bid in 2 days, so on Thursday. We do have an agreement with PG&E, so they are currently working on their side of the design so that they can make those drops and we can then put in the conduit and so forth. So we have that agreement with PG&E in place. We will bid for 3 weeks and then come back to council before the end of the fiscal year with the costs.
That's the piece I was missing. Thank you. Okay, so
we will
we
know
see
in the second meeting in June. Yep.
Thank you. And then the downtown streetscape improvement, I think that that money is very much needed downtown. And so while I also am concerned about the quiet zone, I do not want to see the money moved from the downtown streetscape improvement to the quiet zone. And I'm also wondering just how can we move this along, which I'm not expecting an answer right now, but just we need to we have some momentum in the public. We need to actually see how we can get this moving. On the downtown parking lot study, what is the timing for releasing the study findings, the parking management study findings?
The parking management will be later this year. We actually expanded the scope of work on that project with the current consultant. So we are working on developing a survey to understand just the public's opinions on parking and needs. So that will come out later, and then we will be returning to council at the end of the year with the findings and assessment. We are also underway on the design of related to downtown Plaza 7 and 8 for repaving those parking lots.
That was my next question. Thank you. And is that our downtown 7 and parking lots 7 and 8 happening in this year?
So we're designing both. We only have construction money budgeted for Plaza 7. And so, but we're working on the design for both because that's the most cost effective. And so we would be looking at finalizing the designs. And now we also received MTC grant funding for electric vehicle charging stations for those 2 plazas as well. So we have to go back and reassess the schedule because we need a lot of public engagement. And so we would likely be looking at construction, not 2026 summer, but most likely 2027, the summer of 2027.
To redo the parking lot 7 and 8?
Yes, when we started the design, we're working with the utility surveys and have to engage with the public on the constructability. That is going to require a lot of planning because of the impact to the businesses.
Thank you. And then under transportation, the big question is the Slow Streets program. And it seems like we will probably need more money than the $100,000 that is in there. I guess I was confused between saying that the minor transportation projects and the slow streets. How does that money break out?
So the proposal, because of the budget shortfalls, we were not coming to you with additional funding requests. We believe that this can be sort of the kickstart of that effort as we come back to you later this year with the program itself. The program itself would involve presenting to you how do we prioritize these requests. So we are working on that program because we've had vacancies, we've been delayed, but the goal is to come back to you with the details on the program that then would inform what projects we can actually implement with this budget. If we can also come back to you as we start prioritizing and present to you the actual costs and either look at increasing that budget, tapping into more money from transportation minor. So we would come back to you with that plan in the future. But the first goal is to set the CIP, program some money, and then bring that discussion back to you on the criteria for the program.
Thank you. When we hear about that, it would also be helpful to know with the staffing, what is feasible, and be able to talk with a little bit more information about the realities of it. Obviously, we have heard from residents that there's a great need. We also know with the tragedy this last week, there's renewed interest in making sure that we can do everything we can. Thank you.
I just want to follow up on the plazas to make sure I was understanding. Is the project simply the resurfacing, or is it the resurfacing and like sort of the utility undergrounding or something else?
It's not utility undergrounding, it's the resurfacing, but we have been identifying what utilities are in the plazas in case they need to be moved, relocated. So we're in the process of doing the surveys so that can inform the design. We're also installing EV charging stations, so we'll have to design the conduits and to make sure there's nothing in conflict. We're not undergrounding any electrical.
So are you moving electrical, or is
We would be installing new conduit for the charging stations.
for the charging station? And I'm sort of confused. I'll be honest. Given that it's gonna, and you mentioned a survey, like, it's a resurfacing that the businesses and residents have been asking for years, which is clearly has been deteriorating and is in substandard condition for many years. And part of the delay, as I understood it, was that it was paired with this undergrounding project, or there was some other project or possibility of a project that delayed just a simple resurfacing. And so I don't understand the need for like a survey or less of outreach for a resurfacing and restriping. And yeah.
Sorry, no, sorry, Mayor, just the terminology, the survey is a civil survey.
It's a civil survey.
For the
Sorry.
utilities and not separate from the outreach issue.
Okay.
Yeah, but there is a need for outreach and coordination for construction impacts.
Okay, so the civil survey, and that includes what exactly?
I apologize. Yeah.
Turn to the public works director, for sure, but it's the underground utilities.
So we're going back to the undergrounding of the utilities, but we're not doing that. We're
not placing the overhead utilities underground, but there are existing underground utilities need to be identified and see if they need to be upgraded, because we get complaints all the time when we repave something, and then 2 years later, the utility company comes in and replaces their main. And so there are water mains in those underground in those parking lots.
And so we're making sure that
That
the-
the cow water is not going to come back in a year to replace those and disrupt the downtown community yet again.
And how much does Cal Water not just know, like, the state of its facilities? I'm just gonna say, like, it just seems like a lot. Like, right, it just seems like a long time to go to residents and say that, like, oh, a clearly for many years deteriorating parking lot. And that now it's a civil survey, or we're adding EV chargers, and all of these things are delaying. Like, I would say before you get to the EV chargers, just have a parking lot where it looks like government exists. And as I said to a number of folks, that parking lot looks like government doesn't exist. And what you're saying is that, like, it's going to continue for 2027 and possibly. And so I will move on from it. I appreciate you hearing me out or humoring me, but I mean, it just seems like a lot of a delay.
If I may, we have 6 vacancies in our CIP group. We've been working on middle. We will be in construction. We have the street maintenance program that we will be in construction this summer. We have Chrysler. So this small group, we've been doing what we can. We have the design team for Plaza 7 and 8. And so these designs always include a utility underground survey so that we know what's underground. And so we're going through our design process. We can reassess and see if we can expedite that. It's just been difficult with 6 vacancies.
And I appreciate that. And this is more for council than for you. But, like, again, I think I saw on some social media that the city shared that, like, on middle, that now, like, they were going to start ticketing if you didn't back into those diagonal parking spots. And at the same time, we have a clearly deteriorating parking lot in downtown where we're sending out these social media posts saying, like, oh, if you don't park it specifically this way, you're going to get a ticket. And to my council colleagues, I just say, like, it doesn't seem like our priorities are in order for what are the basic things that people want from government, our expect of government. And so I just asked for, like, it just seems a little, to me, absurd at times. So, but now everyone knows that you're gonna get a ticket if you're not backed in diagonal on middle. But you know, try actually maneuvering into the plaza and actually finding a parking spot that is a real parking spot, and it's a challenge. So anyway, I will get off my soapbox and we can move on to something else.
So just to the mayor's point, because I do understand that plaza is in poor condition, is it possible to prioritize working with Cal Water about their water mains and then adding the chargers later and therefore expediting it at all?
Oh, absolutely. The first task is doing our homework to find out what is underground. And so that way we are not repaving twice or having construction twice. So we are going through that process so that then we can better define the schedule. I guess what I'm saying right now is that because this will be rather impactful to the commercial businesses, and we have added components in terms of not just paving, but also including EV chargers, that the scope is more comprehensive and that we have to be mindful of then the construction so that we can do it as quickly as possible. So we are doing our investigation so that we can determine what's underground and then lay out the schedule for the project. And so we will, look at that, reassess, and have a better update for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate that you're taking the time so that we don't disrupt the businesses as much as possible. I do think that's really important, and it's nice to see this, these joint efforts. It's actually been a sore point in my community with the multi-jurisdiction and the different construction efforts going on, so I appreciate that.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just going back to the slides on the highlights for the 5-year street maintenance plan, and just wanted to find out for Bay and Pierce, is it possible to have quiet asphalt?
We will not, let's see, we will assess based on the criteria. It depends on the type of road. And then what we do is bid that as a bid alternate so that we can come back to you all with within that decision at award time.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, as far as the feedback, was it easier just to go down the
Yes.
list?
If I can put the slide back.
You have, I don't know what attachment is, attachment D.
Second to last.
And I believe I think the Belhaven Child Development Center is using some of the electrification funds. So I don't know if it says that on there, on the chart, or does it?
We did not account for, so what is coming out of other funding sources such as, money from Peninsula Clean Energy is money that is already covered. And so, so that is funded through these other sources that actually for the Belhaven, we're using the state money so that does not affect the general fund because that project will be funded through another source.
Okay. And what's the best way to provide feedback? Because I kind of jumped around a little bit as far as, are we just giving feedback on these items here that's on the screen?
The direction in terms of the budget and addressing shortfall, yes. If you would like to provide comments on other specific projects, I can definitely take note.
So is it an either or for the items that are listed?
Yes, if you go back to the next slide, or I can do it. Oh, there we go. So in terms of the items that we're seeking direction on, one is the transfer for this coming fiscal year for 25-26 on the general fund and meeting that average. If you all support us coming back on the quiet zone at the time of award, and we would identify other funding sources there to then construct, and then tapping other funds for the urban, or another fund for the urban forest management plan, so that we can, rather than reducing the scope of that plan, actually do our intended comprehensive plan.
I'm supportive of what you just suggested for the urban forest management plan. As far as the quiet zone, I believe Vice Mayor Nass made a recommendation for the use of the Downtown Public Amenities Fund, was that we do not use it. I'm supportive of that. As far as the delay of existing projects, city building minor, that's in the attachment D. Those items in there.
So what we can do with this, part of this is multiple options given the shortfall. You have provided us direction on Safer Bay and meeting that, continuing with the with that path. So thank you. So that's one. That's part of the picture. That's one. We still have other shortfalls. So it's whether you are open to us tapping into these funds, and then we can come back with the CIP budgets tapping these funds so that we can address the shortfall.
Thank you.
And leaving some of these projects to then a decision upon award.
And no, the decision is like leaving to the award is like how it will be paid, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I had a few as well. So yeah, I spent a lot of time with the overall kind of infrastructure stuff, and I'm glad we separated out the safer bay. That helped a lot. I think the statement I made earlier about reshuffling our priorities for the next maybe 12 months to focus on some long-term quality of life projects feels really important to the people that I'm talking to, and to the mayor's point about some of the basic things that folks expect from government. But part of where I feel some of the imbalance is we spend a lot of our funds on maintenance and infrastructure and longer projects. And I get that capital projects by their very nature are longer term and bigger. But, things like streets get a lot of attention in buildings. So when I say things like quality of life, I really would like us to try to short-term prioritize probably 3 or 4 things. One, the quiet zone, because that's noise pollution, quality of life. Somebody made the point about, angry residents. They're fairly gentle. I don't think this group is that angry, but they've been asking for it for a long time. But quiet zone feels like very much a quality of life with an additional stressor in a time when we don't need it. Bike safety, same thing. And, given what's happened, slow streets, the police radio to make sure that we have public safety where we have a higher crime rate. So I guess in the urban forest management plan, primarily in Belhaven to make sure we have greener neighborhoods and a higher quality of life. So I think what I'm asking is, can we look at the list and maybe do a little short-term reshuffling to worry less about, making sure every street is perfectly paved? And I think, Azalea, you said this as well about like really just doing a little bit of reorienting, which I really appreciated you saying. Maybe there are some things we can push out a little bit to just knock some of these things out. $4 million for quiet zone, and then just get it done. Or, spending just a little bit of money on slow streets. I really like the suggestion of an in-street pilot that might be a very minimal amount, but would really address that feeling of anxiety and quality of life that the Allied Arts District is feeling. So I don't think we need a $10 million project for that. It might be, a quarter. It might be $200,000. It might be something very reasonable. So yeah. So to me, it's about just in the short term reducing anxiety and some of these longer term things that are really affecting quality of life in our different districts. So to me, that's quiet zone, bike safety, slow streets are the big 3. And pulling from various funds is needed too. I think I misunderstood and then just one clarification. I think I misunderstood the downtown amenities versus the landscaping. I thought those were different. But if we can pull, I thought landscaping addressed what the vice mayor said, but maybe it was downtown amenities. Anyway, the pulling from these funds to really just knock out some of these projects would be my preference. And then the last thing I'll say is, if that even requires a little bit of an extra boost from the general fund to knock out some of these things and really show residents that we care about their quality of life when we've got a little bit of a surplus coming, and potentially we could tap a little bit of that as well. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm feeling the prioritization. Thanks.
Just responding to that, I would be supportive of that general direction of let's try to get some stuff done. I don't know if that's as precise as the direction you need. I will point out that, again, and I've been supportive of the quiet zone, but I will point out that some of the same benefits that the quiet zone delivers, residents in District 1 and District 2 have said that landscaping along Highway 101 and the off-ramp, which has not been started or completed,
provide some of the same benefits, and the quiet zone became certainly a much more visible and public priority for the city than that landscaping project. And that certainly is something that residents in District 1 and District 2 have pointed out routinely. And then, so I'll just leave that there for some context.
Just to build on that, yeah, I didn't mean to exclude things like that. I think it was the general philosophy of our roads are not going to crumble in a year. They're in really good shape generally, most of them. The water infrastructure is not going to fall apart in 12 to 18 months. So to the point about what the vice mayor was, or sorry, what the mayor was saying was, yeah, are there these things that are longstanding where we can just, in the very short term, reorient our priorities, get them knocked out, make it a very tangible feeling of the quality of life is improved. Because I think year after year after year, we put a lot of money into this hidden infrastructure, which I understand is really important, but I don't think it's going to fall apart in 12 months if we can reorient some of it. So I didn't mean to restrict it just to the ones that I listed, but if there are other things like, downtown landscaping, people have commented how poor that makes them feel to go, how poorly that feels when they go downtown. So that's another one that I would recommend we focus on. Kind of quality of life, and the stuff that is seen and felt is where I'm headed. Thanks. Oh no, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, and it's totally fine, and I'm totally understand and appreciate where you're coming from. From consistency, I have to say that I am one of the folks that is very much focused on the quality of roads and them falling apart, because I have to say this because I complain to the city manager very often and send him pictures about the quality of roads. So I can't not be that person on the dais. I do think we have some roads in some really not great conditions. And so, but I definitely hear what you're saying. And we actually have had water mains that have broken, so sadly. And I too, yes, it's like who prioritize or who runs on replacing water mains, right? That's not something that anyone does, or anyone gives you a pat on the back about. But the minute one ruptures, and there's water everywhere, then I can speak personally, which I'm sure you will get lots of texts and emails and questions about am I living in Menlo Park or I'm living somewhere else? Why did this water main break? And so as I am hard on us and hard on staff, I do want to appreciate that these are real challenges.
And to be clear, if something is at the point of failure, I'm not making that argument. I totally understand. Something is 6 months away from breaking and we're fairly confident. It's more the preventative maintenance that is probably 5 years out or whatever it is that I know good planners and public works departments think about and try to prevent a little further out. So it's very much more of a short term. If something's point of failure that we feel fairly confident about, yeah, keep that on the list. But it's more a knock out some of these short term quality of life things and focus on those, because I think people are just feeling the need for that and the general anxiety of what's going on all around us. I just think it makes living in Menlo Park feel like a more responsive and welcome place. So, yeah, thanks.
So I would love to be on board with the, happy place where let's do quality of life. Let's knock out some projects that, some of these projects. I think we have to keep up with the infrastructure. We have to keep going with regular services. And unfortunately, with our current budget and our current staffing levels, we don't have a lot of extra room. So to the extent that we can find ways to put in extra, quality of life, I wouldn't even, I think it's even beyond quality of life, some of the safe streets that we're talking about. But I do think we cannot let go of some of these other pieces. there are projects which we are now trying to get off the ground, which had they been started when councils first started talking about them and hadn't been delayed, they would have been done at a much cheaper price. I'm thinking right now of, for one, of the Caltrain the undercrossing and some things. I think we have to keep working on these items that staff has identified, that staff has, is already working on. We can't let go of them. As the mayor said, we've, on our tenure, on our 7 years here, we have had so many different water main breaks. It is an infrastructure that needs attention, that has not been, it's too easy to say another day. And we're now paying for that. The roads, I don't know about you, but I'm regularly getting comments about roads. And I know other council members are too, about what poor shape they're in. And we also have the state index that we have to keep the roads at a certain level. Otherwise, some of our funding for roads is in jeopardy. I'm not sure where to cut the corners at this point, or what to delay. Although I would love to, have more quality of life things. I'm sure everyone here would. So I guess I'd look to staff to, what do you recommend as you're going through this? But I don't want to shortcut on things that need attention, or that where we will, where we've made commitments and already started down a path, unless it really makes sense to pause. With that being said, I would support having the higher level of CIP funding, and well, I guess I will say, and hope that it all works out down the road with with more funds, and that we don't go into a deficit position. But there are ways to adjust if that does happen. But I think we definitely, we all do want many more projects going on. Hopefully we will be able to get the staffing to do that. And I think the funding needs to be there for that.
So I'll use that as an opportunity, hopefully, to kind of frame our discussion and at least get us in the direction of a conclusion. Although if there's still council discussion and debate, I'm not trying to stifle it. But the vice, if we're looking specifically at the slide for council feedback and direction, the vice mayor aligned on the higher appropriation transfer to or for CIP projects. I'm aligned with that also. Is there any council member who wants to offer a contrary or supportive position on this? Okay.
Maybe to build on the vice mayor's point, if that contribution to CIP just this year, not as a standing thing like we talked about, because that way we can ratchet it up and down. What if that went to 6 million or 7 million? Would that allow us to do a little bit extra in the short term? I mean, of course, more money always helps, but would that allow us to do a little bit more in the short term while still addressing some of the core infrastructure stuff that's been discussed up here?
Some of the core infrastructures projects you have referred, such as water, that's funded through the Water Enterprise Fund. So we are looking at a water rate study that we'll be returning to council on, because we have to go through that process and update our water CIP. You all spoke about the street maintenance plan that is funded through gas tax SB1. The 5-year plan that we have proposed takes a look at all those revenues, and so we are proposing projects that we can afford. And so as we talk about the general fund in itself, for us to be able to deliver on the high priority projects, thank you for your support. It seems like you're all aligned on for fiscal year 25-26, at least sustaining that 4.9 transfer. So that addresses, that definitely reduces the shortfall. In terms of additional general fund money, we will be coming back to you on the quiet zone so that I think I heard that there may be hesitation on using the downtown public amenity fund. So then that means that once we receive the bids, are we then just looking at the general fund? So additional money would be needed for that, for the construction of that project. So so we would come still, so I'm hearing alignment on the transfer for 4.9. Then is that correct?
So I actually would propose that that's a 5-year transfer, not just 1 year, that we're not doing a single year, but that we're actually doing, as staff had proposed, doing this for 5 years.
With the idea that we could reduce that.
That is correct.
If everything starts to go really, really red.
Totally.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
But that
okay.
it's 5 years, not just the single year.
Yeah, with the very, yeah, okay, thanks.
I'm aligned with that. Can someone remind me exactly at the moment how much money is in the downtown amenity fund?
$2 million.
2?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so we've got alignment there. Why don't, Director Mitch, you walk us through where else you feel that you would like to get some alignment?
Sure. So if there is alignment, then on not only fiscal year 25-26, but also the remainder of the 4 years, then that folds into the presentation that finance gave you in terms of what that looks like at the end of the 5th year. But we will continue to monitor our revenues, and we do this annually, engage with you all on that forecast and then the CIP plan. So thank you for that, because that addresses the part of the shortfall that we're seeing for 25-26. Then in terms of the other, the rest of the shortfall, you've addressed it on the other project that you gave us direction on Safer Bay. And so we will then continue, and you provided us alignment with the quiet zone that we will come back to you and may need additional general fund money. The urban forest management plan, if you can let us know if this is an appropriate fund to tap so that we have a comprehensive scope of work.
Yeah, it looks like the council's supportive.
Okay, well then, this is fabulous, because we will continue to track the actuals, and I hear that there's also hesitation on delaying existing projects that really are preventive maintenance, and that would be more costly. So with this, we can go back and reassess and fine tune our pencils for that, for us coming back to you next month.
Councilmember Schmidt.
And just one more, thank you for running through that. I think that helps a lot. On the Slow Streets program, I'd also, I don't know how we do this, but I'm looking at the staff report where it's I think there's actually 2 requests there, if I understand it correctly, that I'd like to unpack. The Slow Streets program, as fully envisioned, would be speed calming and road improvements and, a higher cost aspect to that. To get us started, would staff be open to doing the in-street pilot, which I think some residents have already shown kind of slows things down. It's super low cost. So I'm not asking for the full-blown successor to the traffic management program, but more about super low cost, easy to do in-street pilots with signs as a precursor to a fully funded Slow Streets program down the road. Would that be something we could do?
If you'll give us the direction to prioritize that, we can assess. The original plan had been to the Slow Streets. So when we repave our roads, we also incorporate traffic calming enhancements such as speed humps, like we're doing on Middle. So we try to make those projects a bit more comprehensive, looking at the complete streets lens. The Slow Streets program is really intended for those local roads where we may not be repaving, but there's a community desire and the data support the need for traffic calming enhancements. So it's a two-pronged approach where we use our CIP to include enhancements, but also would have a separate bucket for those, the requests from the community. It was intended for us to come back to you. The direction from you all was to focus on a data-driven approach and also on the lens of just equity. What is the data telling us and where are the needs? So our intent was to come back to you all with the program for the entire city. If there is a desire here for us to try this and greenlight this pilot, we can take a look at what that would take and how and do it as cost effectively as possible. If there's a desire to do it within the next 2 months, from a bandwidth perspective, that might be difficult, but we can reshuffle and tap existing CIP money.
But just to clarify, I think I'm asking for something even simpler than that, which it's sort of, it's not even going to the priority streets and doing standard traffic calming. It's more like these signs that say, slow down, our children live here, or, you know, just, and they're often in the middle of the street, you know, so I'm not even, I don't even think I'm going as far as you were saying. I think I'm just saying, could we do something even super easy and super low cost of, you know, we love our children, they live here, slow the heck down. I think that's what was being asked by residents as a starting point, and then building into what you said. So I'd be supportive if we could do a super low cost, slow down, our children's live here kind of, I think that's what the in-street pilot really means. And then we move into more traditional traffic calming and we move into more of the full plan. So I guess I'm asking, I don't know, maybe it costs less than $100,000. I don't have a sense of the cost, but I'm not asking for the Lexus, I'm asking for the Volkswagen. So, yep.
So I, within my district, District 4, I have several areas that are very much would like traffic calming. I do not know how to equitably allocate traffic calming within my district, much less across the city. I think we actually need a data-driven approach where we have some input from staff and we really address the neediest areas. I think that Allied Arts is absolutely, I really appreciate the advocacy that is there. I really appreciate the willingness to pilot things. I also have, for example, Elder, where there has been a regular call, which is on Hillview Middle School. It's one of the streets there. They have been asking for years and years for traffic calming. And I had been telling them, because it is by a school and with Vision Zero, that that is going to be a priority. I do not know how to allocate this within my own district, much less looking across the city. I think we need to have staff input. I think we need a data-driven process. I fully support doing lower cost if this is appropriate. Doing lower cost, quick builds, things like that. Atherton has done a lot of the very inexpensive rubber seats, well, relatively, I should say, inexpensive rubber speed humps. But I know that across the city, there are many places that are needed. And so I think we must do a data-driven, unless we can do them all, we need to have a data-driven solution. As long as that doesn't take too long, which my understanding is it won't. But well, I've met with Laura and Bill and other residents many times. I have another meeting tomorrow with another resident about it. I just think I need to do this. We need to do this equitably. And so I don't know that, you know, I don't, do we want everyone to come in? You know, I can tell others to come in and start advocating. That's not what I think is the best way to do it. I think we have to rely on staff.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think I'm saying something slightly different, and maybe we can take it offline and get more clarity. I'm not even thinking traffic calming as we're talking about. It really is this in-street signage that we could potentially make pretty equitable without the extra, and driven by staff and driven by data, without the extra, like, where do we put the speed humps and how big do they have to be? And traffic calming is the more premium solution, and I'm just wondering if there's something similar, something simpler to get us going that we can make more equitable, that's based on
Well,
signage.
Partridge has been asking for speed humps for even longer than I've heard from college. It's just, they're, you know, and they want to pilot the rubber speed humps. I really do, I personally will want to see from staff what is appropriate. Are this, you know, can we do the signs? Where do we do them? Can we
Right.
do speed, you know, the rubber speed strips?
Yep.
Where do we do them? But do it across the city so that we know, I know District 1 has a lot of issues, you know, where they need it as well. Every area.
I think we're in
So-
agreement. Yeah, I'm not even talking speed. I think we're kind of in violent agreement. I'm looking at something simpler than speed humps, no traffic sign. You know, those will come over time and as we have budget and staff time, but it's something even simpler. I mean, maybe we can take it offline and get a little clarification from the staff, but I was looking at something even simpler than that, so.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you for the important discussion. I just had two quick questions before we move on. One is, would the TIF cover the cost of the data-driven slow streets?
We are actually tapping, we could assess, we could take a look at what is included in the TIF for that nexus. We're actually tapping Measure A money for this because that is an appropriate fund to use.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, are there any funds left in Measure T? I saw it listed in your presentation.
For Measure T bonds for parks?
Yes.
I believe that there are $1 million were targeted for Bedwell Bayfront Park entrance improvements.
Okay.
And I believe that is what's remaining.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, I think and not to you know, bring it back, but I do like want to say I do share Councilmember Schmidt your thinking of let's do something simply and quickly, but also from the vice mayor perspective, like, if you do anything, you have to have some analysis of why are you doing it. Like, even if it's like, oh, we're gonna repaint the stop sign, like right on the ground, it's like there has to be some no matter how simple or minor it is, to frame why are you doing or why are you prioritizing it. And so I completely understand. Sometimes you prioritize the people that you hear from. The squeaky wheel does, you know, get the oil sometime, and that's not a bad thing. Like, right? Always. We also have the ability to access government in the same way. And if some resident is on a Tuesday night at 11 p.m. sitting in council chambers, I think that says something. And I think it's you know, expected that you would be responsive to that in some way. That doesn't mean the people who are home in their bed should be ignored and should get no city resources or services or should be completely deprioritized. But I definitely think, you know, again, this is a struggle that, you know, we deal with every other Tuesday here. Like,
And to be honest, to me, it's a little bit less about where, as long as it's fairly equitable, it's more about maybe we just don't need a big, huge program. Maybe we just need to go out and buy 200 signs and data driven, right? But 200 signs that say, slow down, we love our kids. And that gets us, anyway, I don't want to keep beating this one to the point, but it's sometimes it feels like we're trying to design a big equitable program with, we're shooting for the Lexus and we can go for the Yugo. And to me, it's less about where and more about a very simple, fast solution. So I appreciate the discussion and back and forth.
And I think we're gonna, and I think it is because like staff sees the ripple effects that we don't see, like, right, in these decisions. And I'm with you, like 100%, like we're aligned, but it's also because like staff like knows that like, again, you can't just put signs in streets, like, right? They have to follow certain standards. Does the sign like increase the city's liability in some additional way? The neighbors that are here are supportive, but as soon as you put in that sign, I can promise you there's a neighbor on that street is going to be like, I don't like that sign. And when did you decide to put that sign in? And so that is, but that's the push that we should, like, right? But staff is the caution because they see all of the things that we don't see, but we should still push. But I think that that's everything, right, Director Mitch?
Yes, we covered, and thank you very much for the feedback and direction.
Okay, thanks. City Clerk Karen, do we need to vote to continue past 11?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Combs. If
Oh.
there is acclamation across the board, we can continue the meeting.
I'm not
via
going to look in
11.
Councilmember Taylor's direction. I'm going to just say that there is acclamation
Okay.
to continue past 11.
Okay, we do have a majority then. Thank you.
Okay, and I think let's I think we can be fairly speedy. Well, a 5-minute. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Sorry. hearing portion of the meeting. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The public hearing is consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatic subcontractor lane rental fees and authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Services Director Sean Reinhardt, who I know will provide a very efficient and brief presentation.
Yes, thank you, and good evening. And in recognition of the hour, this will be brief. Joining me in this presentation, if there are questions, is the CEO of Menlo Swim and Sport, Tim Sheeper. So we just have a few slides here, just as a refresher. Attempting to advance the slide. Oh, great, thank you. So there are two recommendations before you this evening to consider. The first is to adopt a resolution to increase aquatic lane renter fees, and that's in attachment B. The second is to authorize an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement, that's attachment C. And of course, any other feedback and direction that you may provide. Just a little bit of background. In the last public hearing, April 15th, the City Council did authorize increases to non-resident aquatics fees. The City Council also requested information about mechanical issues, scholarships. Those are included in the packet. Also provided feedback to staff to bring back the remaining items that were kind of left unresolved at that time. I'll just note that as noted in the staff report, the discussion about recreation scholarships, some additional analysis there. Staff is proposing to bring that back in the context of the fiscal year budget process that's coming up for council's discussion. In regard to operating hours, as mentioned in the staff report, recommendation would be to revisit that topic at the end of summer with City Council in August to see how the summer attendance is. A couple other just brief updates, just bringing back some questions from April 15th. The Aquafit program that there was some discussion about, that will be moving to a 10 a.m. start time earlier as requested by some of the users when that program resumes on June 17th. Also, there was a question about posting like a banner that's really visible with the hours on it. That's in process and should be up fairly shortly here. I also wanted to mention a couple of things from the last meeting that may be relevant to the discussion tonight. One of them is the impacts of the various remedies, from a dollars perspective that was in the April 15th report. That's available for the discussion. In particular, there was, for example, if the City Council wanted to discuss the potential of some form of city support for hours at the pool. So that's from April 15th. That's just a refresher. So the first item in attachment B is the resolution. This would be to increase subcontractor lane rental fees. As noted in the staff report, the operator is in regular contact with all lane renters about the schedules. Of the the 7 current renters, 6 have expressed willingness to accept the proposed fee increases, and that information is in attachment F. The other item before you for consideration is the amendment in attachment C, amendment to the operator agreement. This would be to waive the revenue share payment through December 31st of this year. The current agreement waives it through October 1st of last year. And again, those are the two recommendations that staff asked the City Council to consider tonight. And that concludes the presentation, and we look forward to your questions.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. I'm going to open the discussion. I'm going to open the public hearing. City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public hearing item L1, consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatic subcontractor lane rentals and authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement. If you are in person and haven't already, please submit a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature Calling in, please press star 9 now. Okay, we currently have one speaker, so this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item, L1. Okay, and I'd like to introduce Eric Kunin.
Good evening, council members. I'm here tonight to raise concerns on a recent audit of the operator managing the city's swimming pool, specifically Burgess and MPCC. The findings suggest a troubling pattern of financial management that deserves your attention. In full disclosure, I am the treasurer of the Solo Swim Club, so I have some interest in observing those costs. In 2023, the operator signed an agreement to run both Burgess and MPCC despite clear evidence that profit margins had been declining since 2020, apart from a temporary bump in 2021 due to COVID reopening effects. Revising the current agreement under those conditions seems financially risky and questionable. Second, while revenues have grown about 42% since 2020, roughly $809,000, expenses have outpaced growth, increasing by 52% or $948,000. Again, this imbalance is not sustainable, but the conclusion I draw is that it reflects poor cost control. Third, there have been some suggestions that MPCC is the reason expenses are spiking in 2024, but the numbers tell a different story. Only 31% of the 2024 expense increase, which is about $290,000, comes from MPCC labor. I'm speaking of the labor table that's in the audit. That means 69% of the increase comes from Burgess, which is a facility the operator's long been responsible for. So on behalf of Solo, this is not just a fee increase issue. It's a question of responsible stewardship of a public facility. I urge the council to dig deeper into these trends and consider how we can ensure accountability going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And I am seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. Thank you for the public comment. I will close the public hearing and open it up for council discussion. And I'm going to take a slightly different route. So this is the third or fourth time that we have reviewed this issue in some form. The last time, as Mr. Reinhardt suggested, we were able to move forward as it related to non-resident fees. But as I recall, we were deadlocked or stalemated at the other recommendations from staff, which are coming back, which is the lane rental fees and the cost sharing agreement. And we were deadlocked because we were 4 and not 5. And so now we are 5. And so I think I will turn to Councilmember Wise very specifically to get some sense on where she lands on this and whether there will be action or some direction. After you, then I'll go back and make sure that my vote is still, my count still stands or still valid. But I think that's, for efficiency's sake, I think that's probably where we should start this discussion.
Yes, yeah, especially considering the hour. So thank you. So great to see you again, Mr. Sheeper. So I will just be honest and say I am happy with what the council decided last time. I was also in support of raising the non-resident fees. I'm not supportive of increasing any further fees or amending the operating agreement. I do want to, I am super happy to hear about the banner. I know we talked about that at my office hours, which I really appreciate. Another thing I heard when watching the last meeting, I saw so much frustration from both the city side and your side, feeling that they were each giving 100% and felt like the other party wasn't helping. And I really want to resolve that. And so I'm wondering, would it be possible to get from your team sort of a list of like the outreach and everything that you guys would like to do and like to see happen in order to increase the usership? And then also include in that the cost associated, and then if you would like the city to do it, or if you would expect your team to do it, just because I would really, especially given summer's coming up, and I think we're hopefully going to see an uptick in usership, I would just really like to see our outreach efforts and getting folks at the centers. Like, I just really want to see us like throw everything at it. But I would also like to be very explicit about who's going to do what, how much things cost, and just get that breakdown. So does that sound like something that your team would be able to take like the lead on? And then I'd be happy to review it. I'm sure, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Mr. Reinhardt, but I'm sure you would be happy to review that as well. Does that sound like something that could happen?
I know that was addressed to Mr. Sheeper, but yes, certainly staff is supportive of, would be supportive of something like that if council directs that.
Yes, we'd also be supportive of that. All right, thanks. So it seems that there is not a majority to support the recommendations that staff has put forward regarding cost sharing and lane rental fees. And so I'm going to close out this item. If there is any council member who would like to provide some comment, I am more than happy to entertain it. But my understanding is that there is clearly 3 votes to not move forward with the recommendations based on my account. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Schieber. Thank you for Mr. Reinhardt. And we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
All right, informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask on any of the informational items. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments for the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, M1, City Council agenda topics, M2, Police Department quarterly update for January through March, and M3, an update on City Council policy related to community funding program. If you are in person, please complete a speaker card and return that to me here at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, engaging that hand feature. If you're calling in, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items M1, M2, and M3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. Is there any council member who wants to make a comment on the informational items? No? Okay. Well, Councilmember Taylor?
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and I'll make this brief, and this is on agenda item M3. I think it's M3. No. Yes, as far as the amending the city council policy, just wanted to thank City Clerk Herron for the staff report. It was very extensive and informative, and I am definitely in support of keeping the community grant funding. If it is possible, as far as the updates on basic services, community enrichment, community health, if possibly we can add civic engagement for youth and adults. And that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. As you know, speaking on M3, I sat on the subcommittee for the community funding program with you and Councilmember Carlson. I thought it was a really great benefit to the community. You know, I do think that from some of our colleagues who are not on council anymore, there were some valid concerns about the rigor by which we were approaching this program, and so I appreciate the opportunity to revisit it and look at it. Like I say, I do think it provides a great community benefit. I do think that some of our former colleagues had some valid concerns about again, like I said, whether we were approaching it with enough rigor.
and as someone who participated in who've been an active participant in it for a number of years. But and thank you for the comment on that, Councilmember Taylor. Is there anyone else who wants to provide a comment on the informational items? Okay. With that, we'll move on to city manager's report. Here to introduce the item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I know it is late. I just wouldn't mind the opportunity to highlight a few things. One is related to tomorrow and the Thursday, the Bike to Anywhere Day, May 15th. And there are stops in Menlo Park for the Energizer stations. So looking forward for people to be able to tap that. And then on May 17th is a household hazardous waste event. It does require registration in advance. Information about that's also on our website. And then finally, the registration for summer recreation classes opens on Thursday for hyperlocal residents, and then registration for all residents opens on Saturday, and then non-residents thereafter. So again, starting this Thursday, registration for summer rec classes will open up. So those are just a few things to highlight for this coming week.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. City Council member reports. Is there any council member who would like to provide a report out since our April 29th meeting? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Combs. Just wanted to report out that I attended my first BCDC meeting on May 1st, and I have my second one on May 15th because we meet twice a month. Also attended a CCAG meeting, and both Councilmember Smith and I went to the Progress Seminar. And the highlight for me was being reminded about the great work that the county is doing. The county has adopted an equity ordinance that went into effect, I believe, January 1st, 2025. So if you haven't seen it, I will actually share it with the city clerk so that each council member can have their own copy. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I'll build on that as well. I also attended my first Progress Seminar. Yeah, really powerful panel from the county, in particular around the equity ordinance. But two big benefits being new to all this. One is just the breadth of ideas that were shared by all the different speakers and panelists. Sometimes these things can be quite dry, but you know, we're at a moment in our national and state politics that definitely affect all of us, and I think we see that. So hearing those perspectives from other cities, but also some of our nationally involved and state involved folks is great. And then specific topics around climate, diversity and equity, housing and development. So that was really powerful. And then just council members in other cities and supervisors to move forward projects. I think I'm trying to collaborate with other cities, but you catch them kind of one-off at a different event and you only get 5 minutes. This was nice because you can actually sit down and have a conversation with someone that you hope to work with across jurisdictions. So yeah, just a great use of time and energy. So thanks.
Sure. Any other? Well, I'll provide a really quick report out while you guys were hanging out with San Mateo County Big Ways. I was hanging out with third graders. And so on Friday, we hosted 100 plus third graders from Laurel Upper Campus in council chambers. And I, along with Tim Johnson from the Historical Association, and Jennifer Chadwick, who is the Vice Consul General for the Irish Consulate in San Francisco, provided presentations to the third graders. And then Officer Nissen gave him a presentation, and they walked over to the corporate yard and Public Works, which was the highlight, I think, of the day for the field trip for them. The Public Works demonstrated some of their heavy equipment. And so I want to personally thank city staff, Nicole Casadas, and the city manager's office, and others, Officer Nissen, and of course the Public Works team for all of their efforts in putting on that field trip. And so that is my report out. With that, I will adjourn the meeting.